While the infotech is still handling technical difficulties, you may sit down, representatives. Requesting once more the representatives to please stand for the opening ceremonies.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, halap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka masisiil.
Sa nakakapundong sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may nilakang tula ang awit sa panglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng matawag mo'y tagumpay na napirinig, ang bituin na tanaw ng kailan, pamay maghihiling.
Almighty, loving, and merciful Father, Creator of everything and source of wisdom, knowledge and understanding,
we adore you for your infinite wisdom and power. We praise you for you are the only one who can direct our lives. We thank you for all the gifts you have bestowed on us, your children. Without you, we are nothing. You are the ultimate teacher. You teach and instruct us in the way of life and guide us into your will. May we teach others with the wisdom and love that we receive from you. Remind us that our teaching is an act of worship to you. Amen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Rabbana dalamna wa ilayka tawakkalna wa ilayka anabna wa ilaykal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Rabbana waj'alna muslimaini laka wa min dzurriyyatina ummatan muslimatan lak wa arina manasikana wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana dalamna anfusana wa ilam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Birahmatika ya arhamur rahimin walhamdulillah.
You may now be seated, representatives. Thank you for that infotech. The chair will now give the floor to the secretaries to conduct a roll call. May I request Secretary General to please do it on the podium, as the wires on my microphone cannot be handed to you.
Good afternoon, representatives. Once I call your name, please respond with presence. From the College of Agriculture, Representative Deliava. Representative Gador. From the College of Arts and Sciences, Representative Albon. Representative Arguelles. Representative Cantila. Representative Gaitera. Representative Gamo. Representative Mayermita. Representative Pukulan. Representative Pukulan, Representative Tumpag, Representative Tumpag. From the College of Business Administration, Representative Okang. Representative Opelario. Representative Ozoa. Representative Tim. From the College of Computer Studies, Representative Lee. Representative Peñalosa. From the College of Education, Representative Bainto. Representative Dumandan. From the College of Engineering and Design, Representative Benedico. Representative Michon. Representative Tolentino. From the College of Mass Communication, Representative Ledama. Representative Munoz. From the College of Nursing, Representative Co. Representative Tuale. From the College of Performing and Visual Arts, Representative Calasang. Representative Saison. From Graduate School, Representative Amante. From the Institute of Clinical Laboratory Sciences, Representative Alo. Representative Paika is present. From the Institute of Environmental and Marine Sciences, Representative Moreno. Representative Visitacion. From the Institute of Rehabilitative Sciences, Representative Barilea. Representative Singson. Representative Singson. From Junior High School, Representative Hadrake. Representative Maravillas. Representative Morales. Representative Nama. Representative Nama. Representative Tan. From the School of Medicine, Representative Leonardo. Representative Narciso. From the School of Public Affairs and Governance, Representative Barikit. Representative Mejos. From Senior High School, Representative Armojenia. Representative Enopia. Representative Gantalao. Representative Lumaya. Representative Olarte. Representative Cinco. Representative Chupa. Mr. Chair, there are 47 representatives who responded to the call.
Thank you for that, Madam Secretary General. Since there are 47 representatives present, 3 representatives absent, the Chair declares a quorum. Proceeding to the order of business, we have call to order, opening ceremonies, roll call, reading of communication letters, excuse letters. We have visitors' time from the Silliman University Higala International students from around the world, HISO. Approval of the minutes of the previous session for the third special session conducted on June 14, 2026. Then we have the agenda for the day. Committee on Appointments Guidelines, a resolution authorizing the Executive Committee Chairpersons and Vice Chairpersons to promulgate and adopt the charters of their respective committees and for the publishing thereof. Then we have a resolution establishing an Animal Rights and Welfare Araw Council under the Silliman University Student Government, followed by a resolution repealing Resolution Number 12, Series of 2024-2025, otherwise known as a resolution institutionalizing programs for the National Arts Month that shall be hereon known as MUGNA through the Silliman University Student Government Socio-Cultural Committee. Then we have a resolution establishing the Silliman University Student Government Joint Budget and Finance Council. Finally, we have other matters, followed by announcements, adjournment, and closing ceremonies. Are there any motions on the floor to adopt the order of business for the first regular session? Yes, Representative Tolentino.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the order of business of the first regular session.
Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. Hearing none, are there any objections of adopting the order of business for the first regular session? Hearing none, motion is carried. Proceeding to the order of business, we will be reading the communication letters, specifically the excuse letters. Apologies. First, we have Representative Ko from the College of Nursing's excuse letter for the third special session. Are there any motions on the floor to adopt the excuse letter? Yes, Representative Bainto, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the letter of Representative Ko. Thank you.
Are there any seconds to the motion of adopting Representative Ko's excuse letter? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once. Going twice. Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is carried. Moving on to the next excuse letter, we have Representative Pukulan from the College of Arts and Sciences, whose excuse letter is for the first regular session. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Representative Bainto, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the excuse letter of Representative Pukulan. Thank you.
A motion to adopt the excuse letter has been made and it has been properly seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections on the floor? Hearing none, motion is carried. Proceeding to the order of business, we have our visitors' time from the Silliman University Higala international students from around the world. The visitor has, yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Just like to clarify with everyone, is our visitors not here?
The visitor has contacted the chair that they will be arriving around 2 p.m. as the president of HISO is currently running late due to businesses that she has to attend to.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we lay on the table the visitors' time.
A motion has been made to lay the visitor's time on the table. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. Proceeding to a vote, all those in favor of having the visitor's time be laid on the table until it has been brought back up, please raise your hands. Representatives, hands down. All those not in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All those in abstention. Secretaries, may I have the number? With 43 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstentions, motion is carried. Proceeding to the order of business, we have the approval of the minutes of the previous session for the third special session conducted on June 14, 2026. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Representative Ozoa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to accept the minutes of the meeting from the previous session.
A motion has been made to adopt the minutes of the meeting, minutes of the session rather. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Yes, Representative Olarte, you are recognized.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a technical amendment in the meeting minutes, particularly in other matters. Other matters B, line item 7B, specifically with the spelling of cited in that sentence. I would like to strike out cited and then replace it with the spelling CITED.
Thank you for that, Representative Olarte. A motion has been made to correct the, it's a technical amendment on the minutes, and it has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice, apologies. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussion on the minutes? The chair will give the representatives 2 minutes to skim the minutes and check for their names, if the words that they have cited during the session is correct, and if there are any corrections on their spelling of the name. Again, are there any further discussions on the floor regarding the minutes of the third special session? Going once, going twice. The chair will now proceed to a vote on adopting the minutes of the third special session. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Hands down, representatives. All those not in favor, please raise your hand. Finally, those in abstentions, please raise your hand. With 45 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstention, motion is carried. Proceeding to the agenda of the day, we have the Committee on Appointments Guidelines. The chair summons a representative from the Committee on Appointments to present their guidelines.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. So, good afternoon, co-representatives. So initially, the Committee on Appointments proposed conducting interview for all executive committee appointees. Excuse me. However, after consultation with the SUSG President and Vice President, concerns were raised regarding the necessity and practicality of interviewing every appointee. As a result, the committee revisited the proposal and adopted a more targeted approach. The amended provision now limit interviews only to appointees under probationary status and applicants for vacant positions. The amendments aim to make the process more efficient while still allowing the committee to properly assess cases that require further review. So the first amendment of the guidelines was the suggestion of, or the inquiry raised last third special session of the Representative Amante regarding the inclusion of the SUSG Comelec Chairperson and Commissioner, and also specifications regarding the organization President and Vice President, which is now holds as the academic organizations only, and President and Vice President. So in the interview process, this amendment limits interviews to only 2 instances for appointees placed under probation due to incomplete, maybe deficient or delayed requirements, and for applicants seeking appointment to vacant positions. For probationary appointees, the interview serves as a clarificatory proceeding to understand their circumstances and assess their ability to comply with pending requirements, while for vacancy applicants, it functions as a screening mechanism to evaluate their qualifications and readiness to serve. The provision also established procedural safeguards by requiring at least 48 hours notice, ensuring that interviews are conducted with quorum under the Committee on Appointments, providing consequences for unjustified non-attendance, and allowing the reschedule of interview in cases of valid conflicts such as emergencies or academic obligations. So basically, the amendment creates a more focused and efficient interview process by limiting it only to cases where further evaluation is necessary. So there are also related amendments on these sections. So these amendments are consequential revisions made to ensure consistency throughout the whole guidelines, following the committee's decision to limit interviews only to probationary appointees and applicants for vacant positions. Article 4, Section 3 was revised to clarify that interviews are no longer conducted generally, but only in cases specifically provided for under the new interview process. Likewise, in Article 5, Section 5 was an amendment to reflect that the consequences for failure to appear at an interview apply only to those who are required to undergo an interview, namely probationary appointees and vacancy applicants. These changes ensures that the provisions added accurately reflect the committee's revised and more focused approach to the interviews. So these amendments did not remove the committee's power to evaluate appointees. Instead, it makes the process more focused and practical. The committee retains the ability to conduct interviews when necessary, particularly, which I mentioned earlier, the probationary cases and vacant positions, while avoiding unnecessary interviews for appointees who have already complied with the general requirements that was originally placed in the guidelines. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies. Thank you very much, Representative Tolentino. Are there any discussions on the floor regarding the guidelines presented by the Committee on Appointments? From the minority floor, are there any discussions or inquiries to the Committee on Appointments? Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative Bainto, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move for a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Are there any a motion to have a 5-minute recess has been made. Are there any objections on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor for a 5-minute recess? Going once, going twice. The session will be on recess for 5 minutes. Motion is suspended. Session is suspended. Apologies. the live stream. The session was called back to order by 1:05, and we have followed the order of business, being the opening ceremonies, the roll call with 47 representatives present and 3 representatives absent, followed by a motion to adopt the order of business, proceeding to the visitors' time, proceeding to the reading of communication letters, which all excuse letters were accepted. Then the visitors' time from the Silliman University Higala international students from around the world, or HISO, was supposed to present. However, a motion was made to lay it on the table, followed by the approval of the minutes for approval of the third special session minutes, which had technical amendments raised and corrected, followed by the agenda for the day, which currently we are in the Committee on Appointments guidelines, where the Committee on Appointments are presenting their, correct me if I'm wrong, final amendments to the guidelines, and we are currently in discussion. Continuing with the order of business, we are currently in the discussion of the Committee on Appointments guidelines. Are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Albon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, representatives. We would like to expound more on Article 3, letter C, for specific requirements, Section 1, subsection E, as to why we amended, including academic organizations, president and vice president. For this amendment, we have discovered that academic organizations are and can be considered as part of executive work, representing specific colleges and academic constituents, which means that it creates a direct overlap with the student government's representative and governance function. So interest-based organizations, on the other hand, do not carry the same institutional representative. So the risk of conflict of interest and overlapping authority is much lower, which is why the policy is designed to prevent conflicts where they are most likely to occur, not to restrict leadership participation unnecessarily. Furthermore, prohibiting all student leaders from serving in the executive branch could unnecessarily limit student leadership and participation opportunities. So the policy that we wanted to amend therefore seeks to strike a balance by addressing positions where conflict of interest are most likely to arise, which means that we have only included academic organizations and not the entire organizations under Silliman University Student Government.
Thank you, Representative Albon. Are there any discussions on the floor? Again, are there any discussions on the floor? From the minority, do you have any questions raised? From the majority? With no further discussions, thank you, Committee on Appointments. You may now go back to your seat. Moving on, or proceeding to the order of business. Yes, Representative Ozoa, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Before we proceed to the resolution, this representation would like to move for a 10-minute recess so that the proponents of the resolution can prepare for the presentation.
A motion has been raised to suspend the session for 10 minutes. Correct? Is that correct? 10 minutes. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded, session suspended for 10 minutes. Authorizing the Executive Committee Chairpersons and Vice Chairpersons to promulgate and adopt the charters of their respective committees and for the publishing thereof. Seeing as the Chair is one of the proponents, the Chair would like to relinquish his seat to the Speaker pro tempore. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice, motion is carried.
Okay.
Following the order of business, we have a resolution authorizing the Executive Committee Chairpersons and Vice Chairpersons to promulgate and adopt the charters of the respective committees and for the publishing thereof. The Chair summons the proponents to present their resolution. You may start.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, honorable representatives. Today we'll be presenting our resolution, which is a resolution authorizing the Executive Committee Chairpersons and Vice Chairpersons to promulgate and adopt the charters of their respective committees and for the publishing thereof. So the purpose of this resolution is because the SUSG Constitution mandates the executive committees to publish their committee charters at the start of the academic year. However, given my personal experience as a former Execom chair and as well one of my co-proponents here, Representative Mejos, we were both chairpersons of executive committees which didn't have standing committee charters. Instead, the majority of, or rather a lot of executive committees only had operating guidelines and operating manuals. And in a conversation I had with the SUSG president and from the past, those manuals and guidelines were for internal use only, given that some of them included messages from the previous administration which were not meant for general circulation. And with this, in that conversation, it was decided, or it was agreed, that the committees cannot post what they do not have, which in this case are the committee charters. And when digging into the problem, we realized that the reason why they're not publishing such charters is because they don't have it, and the SUSG Constitution itself does not state who is going to write and draft these charters. In the past, there was a resolution which established an Execom, the Social Political Committee, and the proponents of the resolution wrote the charter for them in the resolution. However, the rest of the executive committees do not have the benefit of representatives to write the charters for them. So with this resolution aims to authorize, or officially authorize, the executive committee chairs and vice chairs to promulgate or to write their official charters so that they may be published, and the SUSG executive branch or the cabinet can be in full compliance with the constitutional mandate to publish such. And of course, with this also we also aim to make the chairpersons' lives a little bit easier in drafting it by laying out the individual parts that the charter should have, and of course, ensuring that these will be published in a timely manner. Do you have anything to add? Okay, and
although the chairpersons might be writing the charters, it still needs the exact signature of the president.
okay, and as well in my understanding that some Execom chairs have been writing their charters. They still need the approval of the president. So with this also has provisions which officialize how exactly the writing process for charters will be moving forward. Okay. And that will be all from our presentation, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. Are there any motions to adopt the resolution? Yes, Representative Cantila.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I move to adopt the resolution of our current proponents.
Properly moved and seconded. The floor is now open for discussion. Are there any discussions? Yes, Representative Bainto, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. These are just point of inquiry. The first one is for the whereas clause number 3 and number 4. I would like to ask if the phrase Section 8 of the same states is intentional or not, or what's the rationale behind this?
The question stands.
Thank you for that question, Representative. And for the benefit of the Assembly, just for the benefit of saving space in resolutions, when we say of the same, it means the previous thing, which was the SUSG Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Representative Amante. Another point of inquiry, Madam Chair. This is just to clarify if for the whereas clause 11 and whereas clause 12, 13 rather, they utilize, or there is an inconsistency which for the word committee charter. So for the whereas clause 11, they utilize a lowercase for the word committee and charters, and in the clause 13, they utilize an uppercase. So with that being said, what is the correct capitalization of these words?
For that, we will make a motion to correct, apologies, to consider, make a motion as to correct the start of the letters for the committee charters to capitalize them. So, Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
You are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion for a mass amendment to correct the wordings or the formatting of the committee charters to start with the capital letters, considering that it is a formal committee or executive committee or committee charters.
Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice? The chair is none, the motion is carried. Are there any more discussions from the floor? From the minority floor, do you have any discussions or clarifications you might want to raise? Majority floor. Seeing and hearing none. Oh. Yes, Representative Bainto.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. These are just technical amendments. And with that being said, I've also noticed on the whereas clause number 6 that they utilize the word comprises instead of comprise, because the subject of this is executive committees. Therefore, comprise is the best grammar to be used. And on the resolved further clause number 4, they also utilize apostrophe on the word respective social media pages. And I do believe that respective in this context was used as an adjective, not a possessive noun. Therefore, apostrophe is not needed. That's why, to move forward with this, Madam Vice Chair, I move to mass amend the overall or the general grammar and technical errors of the paper. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
There has been a motion to amend a mass amendment of the grammar of these clauses. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. The motion is carried.
Microphone.
Parliamentary inquiry to Representative Amante. Is it necessary for technical grammatical errors to be an amendment, or can it be assumed amended?
Madam Speaker, may I? Thank you. Given that these are just technical amendments, how the Assembly has dealt with it in the past is just technical amendments that were automatically adopted unless the proponents have proven otherwise that they were intentional. However, given these are purely technical on our part, we have no objections to such.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to divide the question of the motion that... Apologies. I retract my motion. For the information of the Assembly, my original motion for the benefit of the Student Assembly, I was gonna make a motion to divide the question considering that it was a mass amendment, and although we understand that technical errors can be moved or carried immediately, the amendment that I wanted to have voted on or at least asked within the Assembly was the word comprise, the one with the apostrophes of the respective resolved further for. Although it might be a technical amendment, it does change the meaning of the provision. So for future discussions, it would be best for, if ever, let's say for the capitalization of the letters, they can be technical amendments. But if those corrections that do change the entire provision, I believe that it would be a motion to amend for the benefit of the Assembly.
And might I add, Madam Speaker, for easier discussion moving forward, for the representatives, if we're going to point out multiple different types of typographical errors or technical errors, we do it one by one rather than mass amending different types. The difference is, sa committee charter level, katong the spelling or the capitalization, that was fine because that was the same word over and over. But the amendment brought up by the honorable representative, they were different types of typographical errors. So it would be best if we tackle them one by one. Thank you.
Further discussions from the floor? Representative Ozoa, you're recognized.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair. Are we still in the discussion of the amendment proposed by Representative Bainto?
The motion was already, Madam Speaker,
It was carried?
It was already carried, no?
It was already carried.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further discussions on the adoption of this resolution? Yes, Representative Gaitera.
I rise to a question of privilege. Can the representative who raised the amendment send the unsang specify niya nga mga amendments for us to be able to follow through? Tsaka tong previous niyang gikuan.
Yes, you may, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please send these matters in the main GC. Yes, Representative Tolentino, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I would like to move to a 5-minute recess to discuss the matter that was raised by Representative Gaitera.
Properly moved and seconded, the session is suspended for 5 minutes. Session is called back to order. Are there any more discussions in adopting this resolution? From the minority floor, are there any more discussions? How about the majority floor? Any more discussions? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections? Apologies. With that, we will now proceed to vote. All those in favor in adopting this resolution, please raise your hand. Hands down, representatives. All those not in favor of the resolution authorizing the Executive Committee Chairpersons and Vice Chairpersons to promulgate and adopt the charters of the respective committees and for their publishing thereof, please raise your hands. All those in abstention, please raise your hand. With 44 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstention, the resolution is passed with its amendments. Congratulations. The chair would like to relinquish her presiding seat since for the next resolution, the chair is the proponent. The chair would like to relinquish it to the Speaker of the Student Assembly. Are there any objections?
Proceeding with the order of business, we have a resolution establishing an Animal Rights and Welfare Aria Council under the Silliman University Student Government. Yes, Representative Morales, apologies.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to bring back on the table the visitors' time, considering that the Higala visitors have arrived.
Are there any seconds? Are there any objections on the floor? Going once? Going twice? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized. May you please share to the Assembly why you are objecting this motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My objection is because after discussing with our visitors, they need a little bit more time to prepare. So to cater to their request for more time to prepare, apologies, we would like to grant them a little bit more time. So hence my objection.
Representative Morales. With that sentiment, Representative Morales, would you like to continue with your motion?
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn by Representative Morales. Again, proceeding with the order of business, we have a resolution establishing an Animal Rights and Welfare Aria Council under the Silliman University Student Government. The chair summons its proponents. You may now begin, proponents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution establishing an Animal Rights and Welfare Council under the Silliman University Student Government is rooted in 2023 when the Facilities Management and Administrative Services has reached out to the Silliman University Student Government or SUSG Advocacy Committee asking if they are available and if they are willing to collaborate with them in posting these captured animals on campus for adoption. Now, for context, FMAS is in charge of capturing these animals that roam around on campus. Usually, these animals are left by dormers, left by residents here, previous residents here in Silliman University, and they usually go out and multiply in number. With that, to address this problem and to also protect the students, FMAS captures these animals. Now, last year in 2025, Advocom has noticed a lot of issues when FMAS is capturing these animals and sheltering them. FMAS is located near the junior high school campus. They have a little space there for the animals, and they are placed in rat cages and very small spaces for them to live. And they just wait for anyone to reach out to the committee if they are willing to be if they are willing to adopt an animal from FMAS. With that, the SUSG Advocacy Committee has given efforts into posting these animals for adoption, cleaning every Saturday and Sunday, also bathing the puppies if they are infested with ticks, and giving them deworming medicine. And these resources come from their own, especially the money for their food. Now, during the administration of last year, Advocom has heard from FMAS and the person in charge of taking care of these dogs, or supervising the state of these dogs, has declared that they are unable to support and sustain the food and any other needs of these animals because FMAS unfortunately cannot ask for any more budget regarding this, and that personnel is taking money out of their own pockets to feed these animals. And Advocom has been doing initiatives that raise funds for these animals. Now, even with that amount of initiatives and manpower from the committee, it is important that we do not exhaust these leaders because Advocom is one of the committees who has a lot of events and initiatives to be done in one semester. With that, this resolution aims to establish a council that first will be of manpower for the needs and initiatives of these animals, to also give the council, to give the animals better treatment by them collaborating and coordinating with different organizations. Next is to also, for the establishment of this council, also envisions that there would be direct contact. So, as you may or may not know, Advocom receives more reports about animal welfare that includes, for example, a Sillimanian abusing a dog outside of the university premises, and that is something that is an extra burden and an extra load on their plate. With that, the council also is a direct contact whenever we have problems like this. And lastly, this council aims to champion animal welfare on campus here at Silliman University. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, proponents. Now, are there any motions to adopt this resolution on the floor, to the assembly rather? Yes, Representative Tolentino, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the resolution establishing an Animal Rights and Welfare or Aria Council under the Silliman University Student Government to the floor. Thank you.
Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Again, are there any discussions on the floor regarding this resolution? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I will be
moving to amend Article 3 of our, I'll be raising two amendments one by one. In Article 3 of our guidelines, in Section 1, I move that we insert after SUSG President the following phrase, in ex officio capacity. I'll be sending the amendment to the group chat. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There has been a motion made by Representative Amante to amend by inserting in the guidelines in Section 1, after the word President, it will be in ex officio capacity. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Yes, Representative Amante.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. My second amendment will be in the same article in Section 2, expanded members. After President of the Salonga Law Center Volunteer Association, to insert the following phrase, or any authorized member of the organization. I will be sending the amendment to the group chat. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
So a motion has been made to amend by inserting in Article 3, Section 2, after the
Salonga Center portion.
Or any, apologies, the chair is looking for the
In
section.
Article 3, Section 2A.
Okay, so a motion has been made to amend Article 3, Section 2A by inserting after President of Salonga Law Center Volunteer Association, it will be inserted or any authorized member of the organization. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, if I may one more time.
Yes, Representative Amante.
Thank you. Following our discussions in one of the caucuses with the minority floor, it was brought up a question on, will this council stay on for lack of a better term, forever? Because it's very much singular targeted council, and it was brought up what happens if the situation becomes better down the line. Will this council still be necessary? And with the indulgence of my co-proponents, we would like to insert a new resolve further, a new resolve number 6, that will read, resolve further that the council shall have the authority to dissolve the said council when deemed necessary by the majority of its membership. We will be sending our amendment to the group chat once again. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
So a motion has been made to insert a new resolve further clause in the resolution. Can you please send it right now for the benefit of the secretaries?
Yes. Second.
Resolved further that the council shall have the authority to dissolve the said council when deemed necessary by the majority of its membership. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions regarding the resolution?
Can I do one more?
Again, are there any further discussions regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Tumpag. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, proponents. I just have a few points of inquiry. First is that, do the proponents have the data or any references regarding the current number of animals in captivity or the type of animals that are under the care of FMAS?
So the question stands, proponents.
To answer your question, Representative, the Advocacy Committee has not given us a proper number or an estimate of the minimum and maximum numbers of the animals in FMAS, but the information that we do have is that there are cats and dogs there confined, adult dogs as well as adult cats and kittens.
Thank you, proponent. I'd like to have another follow-up question. For this council, as you mentioned, there are cats and dogs. Would that be the only premise, or would cats and dogs be the only animals under the care of this council?
The question stands whether or not the cats and dogs will be the only animals that the council will be discussing or addressing. Is that correct, Representative?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The question stands.
In nature of what FMAS is doing for the past years regarding this situation, we've always had cats and dogs as observed since 2023. With that, the council will coordinate with other organizations when it comes to, for example, if we see a monitor lizard on campus that is of harm to the students, of course, the council is to coordinate with the proper organizations and offices that are in charge in taking care of these, because the council is to establish first the urgent matter of how we can care for these stray animals, which are cats and dogs here on campus that are captured and found.
Thank you, proponent. I have another question. This question, since when did FMA started taking care of these animals? And since when did Advocom started helping them with this practice?
The question stands whether on when FMAS started
taking care of these animals or keeping them in captivity.
and when did Advocom start
Helping this initiative, yes,
yes,
Mr. Speaker.
the question stands.
FMAS has not given us a proper date onto when they were mandated or obliged to capture these animals. However, the first information that we got from the former Vice Chairperson of the SUSG Advocacy Committee, Timothy Borbano, he stated that during his term in 2023, it was the first time that FMAS has reached out to them, and so that was somewhat a catalyst of their coordination of these efforts.
Okay, just to clarify, since 2023, SUSG Advocom had been helping FMAS with this initiative, correct, proponent?
Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Inquiry satisfied.
Thank you, Representative Tumpag. Are there any further discussions on the floor regarding this resolution?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Representative Amante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to amend the new resolve number 7. The new one, since a new resolve was added, so the last one is now resolve number 7. Technical amendment to lowercase letter t in that. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Can you please reiterate the motion first?
Yes, to technical amendment on the new resolve number 7, which is resolved further that this resolution shall be effective immediately upon approval, that the letter T in the first letter T in that be lowercase. Once again, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
So a motion has been made. So a motion has been made and it has been properly seconded. The chair would like to please reiterate, as I am having difficulty in processing the motion that you raised.
The motion is to amend to make the letter, because in resolve further that the letter T is capitalized, so lowercase.
Oh, okay. So a motion has been made to correct the big letter T or the capitalized T from resolved further, which is the new resolved further 6. If you refer to the document or the resolution, it will be the resolved further number 6, which is now the new 7 because we had amendments. And so a motion has been made that it will lower the capital T of that. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once? Going twice? The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Barikit.
I'd like to make a motion to amend in the guidelines of this resolution Article 7, change Article 7 to Article 5. Just below Article 4, right there, that one.
So a motion has been made to correct the title of the article, which in the document is Article 7, which will be, if amended, it will be the Article 5. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Yes, Representative Dumandan, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would just like to clarify for the proponents. First, my clarification is that in the resolve further...
Apology, the chair would like to stop Representative Dumandan. Is your sentiments in regards to the current pending amendment or motion?
I know.
Because it has not, we are currently in an amendment.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. As the sentiments of Representative Dumandan is not germane to the current pending motion, which is to amend Article 7 in the document to change it to Article 5, or in the Roman numerals, it would be V, correct? So, are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is carried. Representative Dumandan, would you like to share your sentiments once more?
Again, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would just like to clarify with the resolved further, number 5, in which the allocation of the amount of 5,000 pesos or 3% of the total SUSG fund, whichever is lower, to cover administrative costs. My first question is, what do you mean by administrative costs? What does this administrative costs, considering the fact that one of your koan is, especially on, this is a council, gani, so basically this needs funding. And again, this is like the starting budget ninyo. So what does this administrative cost covers? Considering the fact nga you still do not have the exact numbers of animals that are covered or kanang mga inyohon gani nga inyohom the stray.
The question stands, proponents. What is the basis of the 5K, and what do you mean, or what do you pertain to the administrative costs in the provision?
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. To address the question of the Honorable Representative, since this is a council, the allocation of the 5,000 is a safety net to also uphold its autonomy, since it's not an executive committee. The administrative cost stated in the result further is to cover, for example, when the council decides to hold a hearing, kailangan mag-money to rent the, for example, MPR. So that covers administrative costs. Also transportation, if the committee deems na sila meeting outside of the university, they can tap into that fund. Definitely, I do get your concern as to where this number came from. There's already precedence to this, the allocation for events, for councils or organizations. If you look at past resolutions institutionalizing events, there's allocations for that already. And the basically administrative cost, Jud, is to cover the everyday workings of the council if their movements deems na naay financial, kailangan mo gasto. So marag safety net ra siya for the committee. And if kulangan ang budget, they could always ask for more through a budget proposal to be included in the general appropriations. And if naay excess or lapse fund aning 5,000, it will still be returned to the general fund. The allocation of this 5,000 does not mean na pag-create ani na council na dayon sila 5,000 on hand. It just means na there's an allocation for them if the council deems na need nila ang 5,000.
Is the inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair. I would like just to clarify a point of inquiry again. where does your budget gani? Okay, specifically, daghan kay siya gani nga mga koan, like especially the vaccines, the parvos, the anti-rabies vaccines, and so for okay, daghan pa. Where do you get your budget for that? And do you plan on having like a foundation gani to be in partner with para mahimo ninyo inyohon ganing this council in order for this council to really work?
Okay, definitely valid question. For the expenses of the vaccines, any medical expenses towards the animals, definitely it can be covered by the council through the SUSG General Fund. However, to the council, the proponents also recognize that the financial constraints, if the council decides to cover those expenses, that's why somewhere in this resolution it states that the council shall partner with external organizations who already have those resources to cover the vaccines, because I believe in the city mismo, they have a monthly free vaccination, free check-up for the animals. So definitely the council can tap into that to avoid expenses to be incurred by the SUSG mismo. But if worse comes to worse, definitely the council later on can tap budget from the SUSG General Fund, since this council is still under the jurisdiction of the SUSG.
Okay.
Inquiry satisfied,
Yes,
Representative?
inquiry satisfied. Another one again. Sorry. Agad, I think it's stipulated in the resolution that's only for stray, am I right? Stray dogs and cats that are under the FMAS.
Can you repeat that question?
Is this only for the FMAS gani nga mga stray cats and dogs nga naan nila gani? Or does this also include, say for example, some faculties or some teachers, like some offices in the teachers gani, magpakaon sila iring og iro gani, but I do not think gani nga na vaccinize ng mga iringa or irua gani nga naa sa ilahon gani mga faculty office. One from what I remember, we have one from the Pulsai department, or the Pulsai and Histopulsai department, from the office of Ma'am Silibio gani. From what I remember, Ma'am Silibio is currently feeding some cats in the area. Does this also includes, because again it's only stray gani, how about those cats gani nga they may be fed by the faculties or the offices in the Silliman University but are not vaccinated? Is this part of them? Are they part of this?
So, Representative, you are asking the proponents whether this would include
Yes.
cats and dogs that are being taken care of by
Yes,
different
taken care.
departments. The question stands, proponents?
For everybody's information, last year, Advocom released a statement regarding the removal of Katipunan cats, and that includes all those that are taken care of in the vicinity of Katipunan or those animals that are being fed in other offices. Now, Advocom has explained that these concerned faculties have already established a custodianship with these animals. So say for example, when Charles, let's assume that Charles is not fully vaccinated but is fed by a teacher or a guidance counselor in KH, as per the collaboration and coordination of Advocom and these concerned faculties, they have already established a custodianship. So basically, they're those liable for whatever happens to these animals. So what we're dealing with right now and what the council is dealing with right now is the welfare of the stray animals without custodians, without owners. So of course, we are to prioritize these strays because the concerned faculties have already established naman na they are liable to take care and feed these animals on campus na they are entitled to, since they are already a custodian. Thank you.
Is the inquiry satisfied,
Okay,
Representative?
inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dumandan. Are there any further discussions regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Bainto, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. This is just a point of inquiry. So during your consultation with FMAS, what are the things that they will be shouldering or promise that they will be shouldering with this with the council? Like, cage or the food?
The question stands, proponents.
So with this resolution, the council has it's up to their own discretion on how they will establish these foundations with FMAS. Now, what I can provide you is that Advocom is already working on having FMAS build a cage for the dogs, since the dogs are unfortunately still in rat cages that are very unhygienic. Next is that Advocom has met with FMAS, and FMAS is very supportive of the things, but we should also consider na FMAS is also entitled to the things na they are doing. Like if something happens to the animals, if gi-capture nila during their captivity kay nasamad, it is directed to the office but coordinated pod by the council, and the council is to establish that when we do have the transition period na.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Regarding the Article 2 rules and functions, so one of the functions stipulated here is the feeding, vaccination, cleaning and sanitation. With your 3% 5,000 pesos or the 3% budget from the total SUSG fund and from the money from your partner and with external parties, do you think that there should be a need to have a limit on the number of animals that should be cared with this council, or considering the financial constraints, do you think that it's still okay to push with unlimited number of stray animals that should be under the care of this council?
The question stands, proponents.
Definitely. It's always been a problem with the LGU, certain organizations, the excess of stray animals that they deal with on a daily basis. And the purpose of this council is to, as much as possible, address those concerns. So I believe by setting a ceiling of the budget is detrimental, and it defeats the purpose of the council to address these problems. However, it is also up to the discretion of the council to manage their budget, whether they deem necessary to tap the SUSG General Fund or to look at outside organizations for partnerships. So definitely, the concern is there. The concern is recognized. However, the proponents found that by setting a ceiling amount in any initiative can be detrimental. So I hope that satisfies your inquiry. There's a follow-up.
In addition to your concern, Honorable Representative, when it comes to the amount of animals that will be taken care of by the council, it won't be a stagnant number, or this won't be a forever thing, because the goal of the council is to ensure the welfare of these animals while they're in campus before they go into processes such as adoption, or if there are any students or different people willing to take care of them eventually. So when it comes to that point, these animals will still go through those processes, and dili po siya like masay na consistent on growth of animals that will be handed to this council. And as said by my fellow proponent, these animals will be taken under care by discretion of the council rapod on how many animals they wish to contain and how many animals they can find rapod.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bainto. So, are there any further discussions on the floor regarding this resolution? Yes, Representative Albon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. This is related to the question for the consultation for FMAS. Republic Act 8485 states that you need legal permission to capture animals and hold in captivity. I would like to ask, what is the role of FMAS in the council? Because if they're not part of the council, then this council does not have that legal permission.
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you for that question, and it's a very valid observation. However, the one thing we'd like to iterate about the council is that the council themselves will not be the ones doing the capturing. If you notice in our roles and functions article, almost all of it starts with the word shall promote. So the council just will be the ones to promote the practices of the vaccination, gathering of the animals, and feeding. The council themselves will not be the ones to conduct these actions. This is mostly an alignment of agenda. So that's the role of the council here. So once again, the individual members of the council will not be the ones conducting these activities. They'll be the ones to help organize them, of course, but they're not the ones who will be doing such actions. They will be coordinating with FMAS and other external partners.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Albon. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Tuale, followed by Representative Maravillas.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to raise a point of inquiry regarding the safety and competency standards for student volunteers. Now, the resolution's whereas clause, specifically whereas clause number 19, correctly identify the significant health risks posed by stray animals on campus, including rabies, leptospirosis, cat scratch fever, and other zoonotic diseases. Now, despite this acknowledgement, the resolution authorizes students to capture, feed, and interact with these animals without outlining any training, certification, or medical safeguard requirements. So my question is that, given that the resolution identifies the danger of zoonotic diseases, are there any specific mechanisms that are in place to protect volunteers from occupational hazards like bites, scratches, or any pathogen exposures?
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. And I would like to once again reiterate that once again, the council themselves will not be the ones to do it. And of course, it's not going to be subjecting the volunteers to be the ones handling such of these dangerous activities. Again, they'll be helping coordinate. They'll be helping coordinate with FMAS on handling the matter. And
to also follow up, Article 2, Section 7 says that the council shall promote that cages shall be securely locked at all times to prevent unauthorized handling. With that, as mentioned by Representative Amante, no student volunteer is even allowed to handle somewhat the animals if they're unauthorized to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry is satisfied, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tuale. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Maravillas, apologies.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. For my inquiry for the proponents is, how many animals does the council expect to cater to using the 5K budget?
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you so much for that, for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe this question was already addressed earlier by Representative Bainto, but regarding the amount of animals and the budget that needs to cater to those animals. With that, fluctuating jud ang number of animals na maabot sa FMAS because in some days, na ito luma-adopt, and then the next day, kaya naana po yung another 3 capture. So we can't really put a specific number to address a specific number of animals na makover sa budget because it's always fluctuating. That's why we leave it up to the discretion of the council once again. If they do decide to ask for more money kung daghan ng animals or less money kung gamay ang animals. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Chair.
Is the inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry is satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Maravillas. Representative Bainto, you raised your hand. Yes, you are recognized. followed by Representative Ko, and then Gaitera, and then finally Mission.
This is just to clarify another point of inquiry. So some of the representatives want to be clarified if who will be the one capturing these animals or the ones who will doing these actions.
I believe the question was already answered by the proponents that it will be FMAS that will be leading the capturing of the animals.
Follow-up question. So since FMAS will be the one to handle this such action, during your consultation, ni-agree ba sila to do this, or do you have any agreement na ba na they will do this, na they will be the one to capture these animals?
The question stands, proponent.
For everybody's information, FMAS has already been capturing animals because this is part of their pest control initiative that they are to do. So it is only recorded and traced back sa AMUA in 2023 because they reached out sa Advocom. But if we are to say kanus adyo siya nag-start, wala may date, but they have been doing this. So in terms of things like pag-capture or handling sa dogs, yun nga need sila i-carry, ang cages nila nga i-lift if na sila inside. Those are things nga FMAS has the responsibility to do. And for everyone's information pod, Advocom has only been cleaning the area, feeding the animals through the cages. So that doesn't mean na ginakadol nila ang animals, because of course it's for the safety of the volunteers. Hence, the only time that Advocom has touched these animals is because there were puppies, and the puppies were infested in ticks. And since these puppies are very acquainted now with those volunteers from Advocom, they are of safety nga dili manghambat ang puppies because they're very friendly pod since the volunteers already know the personality of these puppies. So that's about it, and that's about the extent of the things nga the volunteers are expected to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Thank you so much for that, Representative Munoz. Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bainto. Followed, Representative Ko raised his hand earlier. You are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. So I would like to seek clarification regarding the legal liability and accountability under this proposed resolution. So this resolution repeatedly refers to the animals being under the custody, care, supervision, and management under the proposed ARAW Council. It further empowers the Council to oversee and promote feeding, vaccination, sanitation, restraining practices, facility maintenance, and other welfare-related activities. However, I never found in any provision identifying who assumes legal responsibility should an animal under the Council's custody cause injury, property damage, or any form of harm. Under the Article 2183 of the Civil Code of the Philippines, the possessor or user of an animal may be held responsible for the damages caused by that animal, even if the animal has escaped or becomes lost. Therefore, my question stands as, who specifically assumes legal liability if an animal under the custody, supervision, or control of the Council bites, scratches, attacks, or otherwise injures a student or damages any property, faculty member, employee, visitor, or volunteer? Is this liability assumed by the Council, the SUSG, FMAS, the individual volunteer, or the university itself?
The question stands, proponents, on who will be responsible if ever an individual under the ARAW Council will be injured or scratched, or as stipulated by Representative Ko.
Mr. Chair, can you give us a couple moments to formulate our response, since this is a very technical question raised by the Honorable Representative? Thank you. A few minutes.
Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
I thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. I move for a 5-minute recess to allow the proponents more time.
A motion has been made to recess and it has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the motion? The chair hears none. Session suspended for 5 minutes. Representatives. May I request the representatives at the corner to please settle down? The question still stands, proponents, on who will take the accountability if ever a member from the council does get injured.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Before answering that question, may we make a motion?
So what is that motion, Representative
Thank
Ozoa?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to lay this discussion on the table.
So the motion will be to lay on the table the resolution discussion of the Araw Council. Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? Parliamentary inquiry, Representative Amante. Lay on the table requires the majority or two-thirds of the vote. Okay, so in order for a motion to lay this resolution on the table, we need a simple majority of the affirmatives. All those in favor of the motion to lay this resolution on the table until it is brought back, please raise your hands. Please raise your hands higher, Representative, so that the secretaries may see. Hands down, representatives. All those not hands down, representatives. All those not in favor of the motion to lay this on the table, please raise your hand. And those representatives in abstention, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand higher. With 37 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 3 in abstention, motion to lay this resolution on the table is carried. Please go back to your seats, proponents. Thank you very much. Following the order of business, it is the resolution repealing Resolution Number 12, Series 2024-2025, otherwise known as a resolution institutionalizing programs for National Arts Month that shall be hereon known as Mugna through the Silliman University Student Government Social Cultural Committee. Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized. Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Before we proceed to the aforementioned resolution, I would like to make a motion to first recognize our visitors from HISO to give their report.
So you are making a motion to bring back to the table the visitors' time that is stipulated in the order of business.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there any seconds to the motion? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. We are now in the visitors' time, Silliman University, Higala International, students from around the world, or HISO. Is there any motion from the floor to summon the visitors? Yes, Representative Ozoa, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to summon the visitors to present their presentation. Thank you.
A motion has been made to summon the visitors from HISO. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. The chair would like to summon the the visitors from HISO to please utilize their visitors' time. We have here the president from HISO, Aria Shimbaku.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aria Shimbaku, and I will be speaking on behalf of SU's International Student Organization, Higala International Students from around the world, HISA, as this year's elected president. To preface, my speech today can be likened to an update on the restructuring of our department, student visa policies, and the implications of these changes for foreign students and our organization. It must be emphasized that while international students have been dealing with the related issues since the end of last school year, with the newly announced administrative changes, the situation is subject to change once finalized. My purpose of sharing this information is to inform the larger student body and to set a precedent for any supportive efforts we may request later in the school year. Ultimately, HISA aims to work closely with our new department head, SUSG, and the admissions office to achieve a better university experience from enrollment to graduation for foreign students on campus. With that, I extend a large thank you to both the former and current SUSG Assembly members who have given our community the space and encouragement required to voice our opinions and lean on the help of others. So, last Monday, June 15th, the International Student Office would become the newly instated Internationalization Office with Dr. May Bridget Bernadelle Villardon as the appointed OIC Director. Previously, she served as the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences and as the Assistant to the SU President for Institutional Affairs. The department is set to manage the global position and standing of the university, international travel by staff and students, advisory to foreign students, office and student organizational work, and potentially even the reinstatement of student visa processing at the office. Based on my meeting with our director, the office would become the means of SU's CHED foreign office requirement. New advisory systems would be designed per demographic size of foreign enrollment, and new staff would ideally include a new secretary, advisor, and one or more coordinators. I believe this to be the administration recognizing the importance of improving these areas and investing directly into international students and affairs. However, the length of this transitionary period is unspecified, and it may take time before students may reap the benefits. One of the implications of this change is that we were advised to register under COMSO as a student organization. This is one of the biggest changes, as from the establishment of our organization, we have operated solely under the instruction of our office. We believe that the requirements of reaching a point quota and paying a registration fee will make it difficult to maintain our organization, whose members experience periods of low enrollment and frequent increases to our expenses. For this, we wish to formally request to become an institutionalized organization to secure the existence of our organization for the future. Second, the last time our office was opened was when Ma'am Leslie Paalan had her last day as temporary advisor. From then, the office will remain closed until it is made operational again. Once the move is complete, however, students will no longer be able to use it as a student lounge. While we understand the reason, the office once existed as the epicenter of foreign student interactions and made us able to collaborate, share experiences, and build our community. At the same time, it is said that even the American corner in the SU library will be closed due to the loss of funding from the American Embassy. We hope that we may be able to establish another area that highlights cultural diversity and for students to meet. As for funding, Dr. Villardon has also informed me that because she was not able to participate in the making of the department budget, she may not be able to personally see to the allocation of funds to student activities until next school year. For now, we have agreed that we will minimize costs through strategic partnerships and careful planning, and receive the rest from OSS funding through budget proposals and negotiations with the Dean of Students. For this, we hope to partner with more organizations to ensure we can still host events. Next, I will move on to student visa issues. Under the authority of the new Commissioner of the Bureau of Immigration Foreign Student Desk and the Article 1 of the Executive Order number 285 Series 2000, amended early this year, foreign students are now at risk of having to pay an 80,000 peso administrative fine for visas at least 1 day expired. This differs from before, where late penalties would be gradual for a 3-month period. The 80,000 peso fine would serve as both the final and highest penalty needing to be paid by the end of the 3-month period to prevent forfeiting of the student visa. While efforts have been made by our liaison and the BIA Dumaguete branch to shield students from this fee, specifically by advising students to renew visas 3 months ahead and opting to pay immigration fees directly to the BI Quezon branch to avoid the 3-week payment process duration, the dynamic and complex nature of this issue makes it difficult for students to understand and trust the system. Every year, the visa process changes or is affected by the country's political or economic situation. Right now, the renewal fee has been fluctuating daily because immigration fees are set at the US dollar rate. The peso is weakening and expenses are increasing. There is no indication of these expenses or an updated visa breakdown on Silliman University's website. From the students' perspective, they are surprised by extra fines without an adequate explanation, or at least not one in a manner they can understand, so they become skeptical. We have to keep in mind that there are a lot of language barriers and difficulties for students to understand. Our main focus is on as a student organization of predominantly foreign enrolled students, there are limitations to the actions we can take and solutions we may pursue. Our main focus is on student activities and cultural exchange events. We have been advised not to answer any immigration-related questions and to forward students directly to admissions. This is deemed the only appropriate source of information for international students in this process, as even the Dumaguete Immigration Office will not entertain questions which should presumably be answered by our liaison officer. Pushing further on this delicate matter and the growing frustration present in our community makes looking for solutions a dangerous endeavor that puts our visas at risk of rejection or worse, deportation. Therefore, we call on the grace of the Student Assembly to take heed and look for potential remedies to all these issues we have been facing for some time now.
Thank you, President Aria. We appreciate the initiative to reach out to the Student Assembly regarding your concerns, and we appreciate that you were able to give us awareness, the student body as well, in regards to what the international students are currently facing. So, from the floor, are there any questions towards our visitors, or are there any sentiments that you want to share? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you for the congratulations, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to once again relay our thanks to HISO and their president, Aria, for making their time to come here, because ever since the 35th Student Assembly, last year they approached the 35th Student Assembly to relay their concerns and gave us some of the heartbreaking stories and things that they have to go through as the international students, and was looking for the SUSG's help in any way or form. And with that, the 35th released a statement of solidarity with the international students and pledged that the SUSG, not just the Student Assembly, but the SUSG as a whole, will remain part and parcel with our mandate to protecting and help and representing our international students, as the SUSG is not just only exclusive for the Filipino national students, but our international students as well, because they are members and part of the student body, and as per the Constitution, part of the SUSG. So with that, please rest assured that this SUSG, moving forward, will continue to stand with international students and will play a part in bringing forward your concerns and ensuring that you receive the education and services that you so deserve as guests, for the most part, guests of the country, and will be under the close watch of the SUSG in terms of making sure that your rights and welfare are stood for. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Representative Amante, for your sentiments, and we really appreciate your initiative. Is it, the chair would like to ask the visitor if it's possible you could furnish the assembly a copy of your letter or your speech so that the issues that you have raised today will be addressed. And the chair would also like to recommend that the Student Assembly should take action on this So would anyone be interested in making a motion to establish an ad hoc committee that will address the international students' issues? Okay, so for that, we will move that motion or suggestion to the other matters. Thank you for your time, President Aria, for being up here.
Thank you guys too.
Once again, thank you, Higala international students from around the world, for your time. Proceeding with the order of business, we have a resolution repealing Resolution Number 12, Series 2024-2025, otherwise known as a resolution institutionalizing programs for the National Arts Month that shall be hereon known as MUGNA through the Silliman University Student Government Socio-Cultural Committee. Seeing as the chair is one of the proponents of this resolution, the chair would like to relinquish his seat to the Speaker pro tempore. Are there any objections? Again, are there any objections? Representative Munoz, you are recognized, seeing as you objected to the motion, to the chair passing the chair to you.
It is because our previous resolution, where I am a proponent, Mr. Chair, we are still working out provisions that we may or may not add, and I would specifically want to focus on that first to address that problem, and for the resolution to be talked about later.
Thank you, Representative Munoz. Seeing as the Speaker pro tempore declined the position, following the order of precedence, the floor leaders from either the majority or the minority will take into the position. Representative Ozoa, are you okay with presiding for this resolution? Okay, seeing as that, the chair would like to relinquish his seat to the majority floor leader, Representative Ozoa. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the presiding seat of the chair, the Speaker of the Student Assembly is hereby relinquished.
Good afternoon, everyone. Following the order of... Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Following the order of business, we are now on a resolution repealing Resolution Number 12, Series of 2024-2025, otherwise known as a resolution institutionalizing programs for National Arts Month that shall be hereon known as MUGNA through the Silliman University Student Government Social-Cultural Committee. The chair would like to summon the proponents of this resolution.
Good afternoon, honorable representatives. So, alongside with me is Representative Kalasang in making this resolution to repeal the Resolution Number 12, also known as a resolution institutionalizing programs for National Arts Month that shall be here known as MUGNA through the Silliman University Student Government or SUSG Socio-Cultural Committee. As the previous chairperson of the Executive Committee of the SUSG Socio-Cultural Committee, we had a very hard time on executing this kind of resolution. And with that being said, we already opened this idea to the current chairpersons of the SUSG Socio-Cultural Committee, which they also agreed because they were also a member of the previous administration or the previous committee. And for this resolution, we want to repeal it because of how vigorous the provided guidelines. If you can scan through the resolution number 12 from the 34th Student Assembly, you can see that in that guidelines, it really provides a very strict and compliance form of a structure for the committee to follow, and also it gives a very more complex program for the National Arts Month. And I believe that the committee or the Socio-Cultural Committee cannot be able to establish or execute this resolution correctly because of due to the fact that we are the committee are only limited has an only limited number of members, and also that on February, because February is going to be the National Arts Month. If you can see through the school calendar of 2026, 2027, and also from last year, on February, we have a all-university intramurals and also midterm examination. And I believe that even though these are only 2 weeks, other students may be having time on preparing these big events. So I believe that we cannot give full attention or full time on the preparation for this kind of event.
And to give more background on this resolution that was passed by the 34th, may we request the info tech to please showcase the resolution number 12 from the 34th Student Assembly, and then scroll down to the guidelines. If you are able to peruse through those guidelines, you can see that the event or Mugna program is really meticulous. They basically added different officers for certain aspects of or sectors of the program. They also had like a very difficult structure on that, and because it was stipulated in the resolution number 12 that the Socio-Cultural Committee will be the ones who will be spearheading the program, and as much as the committee would like to follow up on this resolution, unfortunately, the committee lacks the manpower, and seeing as the former chairpersons of last school year share their sentiments that implementing the program, because it was institutionalized without having a because the people that were implementing this resolution faced so much difficulties because they had to fill in the different officers that was stipulated in the guideline. Basically, this resolution would be repealing those guidelines or repealing the resolution itself. However, it is still stipulated in our result further of the resolution that they are still advised to conduct programs for the National Arts Month. It's just that they don't have to adhere to those meticulous and strict guidelines that was stipulated in the resolution that we are repealing. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for that, representatives. With that, are there any motions from the floor? Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I wish to move to adopt this resolution to the floor.
Are there any seconds? The motion has been moved and seconded. The resolution is accepted. Are there any discussions? Representative Munoz, you are recognized. Representative Mejos, rather.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. To preface this question, I would like to say I am generally in favor of the resolution. However, I'd like to ask the proponents that since resolution number 12 was written during school year 2024 to 2025, we are aware that the school year started during August of that year. And they state in whereas clause number 10 that the implementation of the resolution also coincides with midterm examinations and the all-university intramurals. I'd only like to ask the proponents if they've been furnished of the official copy of this school year's timeline or calendar. And with that said, yes, you may answer.
May we ask the representative, whether you are pertaining to this current academic year or the previous academic year.
I'm pertaining to the current academic year po.
I believe the Silliman University has issued a school calendar. If ever we can provide a copy of this to the assembly, we will forward it to the official GC.
Does that satisfy your question, Representative?
Yes, my inquiry is satisfied, Mr. Speaker. However, I'd like to ask another question. Seeing that the SUSG Social Cultural Committee is primarily mandated to spearhead and advocate for campus cultural activities, and National Arts Month, if I'm not mistaken, is a national event wherein it's important, basically. I'd only like to ask, regarding resolve further number 2, number 3, and number 4, it states that the SUSG Social Cultural Committee is still advised. The SUSG Social Cultural Committee may seek partnerships, and that the SUSG Social Cultural Committee may establish collaborations with universities. So it is a given that we are in full trust of the Executive Committee. However, how can we ensure that they will truly fulfill their mandate, seeing that the language used here is in a very, it's stating that they are advising the committee, basically.
Yeah.
The question stands, Representative.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. The reason why we use those words may or advised is because the resolution of the previous, of the resolution that we're repealing basically institutionalized the event, meaning they have to do it every year. And we do acknowledge the importance of art, seeing as I am from the College of Performing and Visual Arts. But the thing is, if we make resolutions that does involve the executive committee, I believe it would have been best. It would be best to allow them the freedom to basically at their discretion that they are allowed to conduct the event on their own terms. Because as the main reason why we repealed those guidelines was because it basically not micromanaged, but basically forced the committee to focus on this. And because the event was so heavy, it basically had the committee, like they faced difficulties basically in like initiating other events. So they are still advised, but it is at their discretion on how they want to implement it. So we're basically giving them the liberty on how they want to execute the program.
Does that satisfy your inquiry, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, proponents.
Following that, are there any more discussions coming from the floor? Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. At this point, I would like to raise a manifestation. So I raise this manifestation in support of the resolution and in support for the culture and arts. The National Arts Month was implemented during the administration of President Corazon Aquino through Proclamation number 683, declaring the month of February of every year as National Arts Month. As patron of the arts, I and among others, value the essence of all kinds of art. As a university who implores a whole person education through its 5 C's, it is part of the administration's mandate to amplify and showcase culture through the arts. Currently, through the university's Culture and Arts Council, every year we celebrate a culture season in which now we celebrate its 64th. In relation to the resolution, I would like to create a manifestation and implore our culture and arts representative to ask, inquire, and suggest on plans for the next National Arts Month, which is on February of 2027. This goes with the call to create more exposure for our fellows in the arts and express the phrase, Artista ng Bayan, pondohan at suportahan. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for that manifestation, Representative Cantilla. Following that, are there any more discussions coming from the floor? Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the proponents regarding if they plan to still, considering the intent of this resolution is to repeal, do you guys plan to do something else instead for the social cultural, or plan anything for the social cultural committee to do, considering i-repeal man ninyo ning resolution that basically gave them a framework?
The question stands, Representative.
Yes, we still do advise the Social Cultural Committee to basically promote and celebrate the National Arts Month.
Question satisfied with that being said, I move that we amend the title of the resolution by also adding that, actually never mind, I withdraw my motion, Mr. Chair.
Representative, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair, and I do understand the sentiments that was shared by Representative Gaitera, seeing as this resolution title does pertain that the celebration of the Mugna program is to be repealed. However, for those that do not peruse the resolved further mechanizations, they might assume that the committee no longer needs to celebrate it. Thus, we would like to make a motion to amend the title. It would be a resolution repealing resolution number 12 of series 2024 to 2025, but still advised to uphold the National Arts Month celebration.
Okay, there has been a motion to amend. Proponents, kindly send that your new amendment to the GC so that the representatives are furnished to the copy. Are there any seconds? The motion has been seconded. Are there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is carried. Following that, are there any more discussions coming from the floor? Going once. Going twice. Representative Gaitera, you are recognized once again.
Good. Thank you for the recognition once again, Honorable Chair. I'd simply like to share my sentiments regarding this resolution. I pretty much agree with the nature of this resolution, considering back then when this was discussed, this had a lot of contentions sa assembly. There was so many questions. It was withdrawn for a bit, then resubmitted, and then more questions popped out. It eventually, the questions became too much, but I don't know what happened. Na dayon ra siya pass, even with that many contentions and that many questions. And with that being said, since I am in support of this resolution, I move the previous question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there is a motion to move to the previous question. The motion has been seconded. Let us move to the previous question. The previous question is whether or not that we approve this resolution with its amendments. For those who are in favor in approving this resolution, please raise your hand. Okay, lower your hands. For those who are not in favor, please raise your hand. For those in abstention, with 45 votes in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstention, this resolution is hereby approved. Congratulations, Representative. Following that, the chair would like to relinquish his seat to the Speaker of the House. Are there any objections? Hearing and seeing none, the presiding seat is relinquished to the Speaker of the Student Assembly.
Following the order of business, we have a resolution establishing the Silliman University Student Government Joint Budget and Finance Council. Are there any motions on the floor to adopt this resolution? Yes, Representative Gamo, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to adopt the resolution.
A motion to adopt the reso has been made. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Apologies. Yes, Representative Amante, what are your sentiments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not an objection to the motion because, in fact, this actually plays in our favor because we haven't presented the resolution yet. We still like to present a resolution first.
Apologies for that. The chair would like to summon the proponents of the resolution.
If I may, I would just like to inform the Assembly, there's nothing parliamentary wrong with that. It's just that it's better to have the resolution presented first before a motion to adopt. Thank you. You want to present first?
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, honorable representatives. Today I'll be presenting the fourth resolution of our agenda today, which is a resolution establishing the Silliman University Student Government Joint Budget and Finance Committee. So with the introduction of this resolution, it answers a problem that each administration faces, which is the conflict or the lack of coordination when it comes to the budget between the branches of the student government. So for many years, as I've said before, halos every term na adyan ay contentions when it comes to the budget, especially during the ratification, the presentation of the liquidation reports, the expenses of Genesis, and every year, nadyan ay conflict, and that goes on, and that conflict from the start of the school year, madala dyan na siya to the end of the term. So the goal of this resolution is to establish Joint Budget and Finance Committee Council so that there's finally an avenue for the executive branch and the legislative branch to collaborate when it comes to the finances of the SUSG. As we transition to a more modern age in student government, our finances are always paramount when it comes to our events, and with the recent issues coming up with the inflation, how finances are handled by committees, it is more important now that there is a council specifically tackling the coordination of our budget so that our budget will be safe. In a way, this council is future thinking when it comes to handling our budget. And I would like to give the floor to Representative Amante to elaborate more on this resolution.
Thank you, Representative Ozoa. So to give further background to the importance of this resolution, it's because in the previous administration, during my time as Speaker of the Student Assembly, I had multiple meetings and conversations with the SUSG President, Vice President, and the Chairperson of the SUSG Finance Committee. We had a lot of meetings in regards to how to handle financial matters of the SUSG, and even some urgent situations that needed both executive and legislative attention, and how would we handle them together. However, upon reflection of such, it came to my mind that conversations like these need to be on the record conversations like these need to be made public because it can be dangerous for the most part na we have these high-level SUSG officials having private meetings about the SUSG fund, but they're not made public and the public may not be known, the students may not be made aware of what's going on behind the scenes with the finances. Of course, it's our job to look after these things, but we believe it's better moving forward that these meetings between these officials be made official so that there will be minutes of the meeting, reports of the discussion, and all members of the SUSG and in the student body will be made aware. And that's why we aim to officialize this council because it's of course in the name of efficiency and effectiveness, but also in the principle of responsibility, accountability, and consensus of the students. And I'd like to reiterate that there will always be new and emerging policies from the BFO, new and emerging financial matters and emergencies that the SUSG may face, and these people are entrusted by appointment and by election to handle these matters. But of course, with those responsibilities comes the matter of transparency and accountability. Hence, why we want to formalize this so such will be on the public record and will be made known to the student body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, proponents. Seeing that the motion to adopt this resolution has already been made and it has been seconded, are there any discussions on the floor? But before that, the chair would like to relinquish his seat, seeing as the chair wants to participate in the discussion and debate of this resolution. The chair will relinquish his seat to the minority floor leader. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the chair will relinquish his seat to the minority floor leader.
It's fine.
As the floor has already been opened for discussion, are there any discussions by the representatives?
Mr. Speaker, if I may.
You are
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. I'd like to first preliminary amendment. Following discussion with the minority floor, question was brought up on one of the guidelines, the resolved clauses. I move to amend in resolve number 6 that after the term public viewing, that the phrase be inserted on the SUSG Finance Committee social media pages. Once again, in resolve number 6, I move to insert after public viewing on the social media pages of the SUSG Finance Committee. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
It is properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Any objections? It is moved. It is amended. Are there any further discussions from the floor? Yes, you are acknowledged, Representative Calasa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry to the proponents. Can the proponents please expound on why they felt it was necessary to add whereas clause number 5? If we have the infotech, please show it on screen. They stipulated here in whereas clause number 5, Section 3 of Republic Act number 7640 of the Republic of the Philippines states the function of the council shall serve as a consultative and advisory body in realizing the goals of the national economy. That was used in the whereas. May we ask the proponents why they added that Republic Act?
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you so much for that. representative, and thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. For that, we understand that the language chosen by the proponents when it comes to this whereas clauses may interpret that that executive order has jurisdiction on the SUSG, but what we meant is that we're taking wisdom from this specific executive order as well as the previous whereas clause, which is whereas clause number 4 that also took, 6 rather, 6 with the executive order as well. So we're basically taking wisdom from already established practices that backs this resolution.
Are you satisfied, Representative?
Thank you for answering that inquiry. Now, I would like to point out here in the Republic Act, according to the RA 7640, Section 1 of the Act provides that it is for socio-economic development programs, reading it in relation to Section 3, this council will be for the purpose of realization of the goals of national economy. The goals of national economy is provided under the 1987 Constitution, Article 12, Section 1, which is for better distribution of opportunities, income, and wealth, and among others. The phrasing of the clause implies something different. One cannot I would also like to point of information for the representatives is that when you cite Republic Acts in your resolution, you are not allowed to interpret the resolution. And might I add that one cannot pick and choose provisions of of national document, bills, and acts. Basically, here in the resolution or in whereas 5, it does not align, or the Republic Act does not align with your intentions, and using it in the context of the SUSG to promote your resolution, it's not recommended. And we have the blessing that we currently do not have law reps, because I feel like if there were law reps, they would have pointed this out. And also, for the information of others, one cannot pick a part of the law was disregarding the other provisions. And unfortunately, the provision does not align with the nature of the Republic Act with what you're trying to impose. With that, I would like to make a motion to strike out whereas number 5.
Objection, Mr. Chair. Can I present my objection? Thank you so much for that heartfelt sentiment, Representative. We do acknowledge those sentiments raised. That's why the proponents already prepared amendments towards these provisions over here. We found that it's still relevant since it provides basis that councils like this, inter-branch councils or committees, were established in our national government. However, like I said earlier, we acknowledge that the language chosen implies that there is jurisdiction and jurisdiction of this Republic Act and Executive Order towards the SUSG. That's why if the chair indulges, we would like to propose amendments changing the language of these whereas clauses.
But before that, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
You are acknowledged.
Thank you for the
Representative.
recognition. May I ask what jurisdiction you're pertaining to that this Republic Act does affect the SUSG?
For example, in the Republic Act, for example, what I meant by that jurisdiction is that this Republic Act, similar to past resolutions that was also citing Republic Acts and Executive Order, it entails that that Republic Act or that Executive Order has jurisdiction here, so that that law applies to us as an organization, which it does not. The proponents acknowledge that by using this type of language, we are basically saying that these executive orders and this Republic Acts and all their provisions apply to us, and we have to follow it, which it does not. Which is why we would like to move to amend these whereas clauses by changing the language of it, Mr. Chair.
Objection. Because my reason for objecting is I believe these Republic Acts, these executive orders are not necessary for the resolution. You may still establish that that council without those resolutions, and I believe it would set a dangerous precedence if we were to add whereas clauses stating national documents or national acts, and yet we interpret them differently. And I believe as a student government, we should also set an example that we cannot interpret the law. That's why I also do not see that these Republic Acts and executive orders are necessary for your resolution. That is all.
Do the proponents have any sentiments to the sentiments proposed by the...
Objections are not debatable. Voting.
Thank you.
Neither motions were seconded, so there's no need to vote on either objections because, again, neither motions were seconded.
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. I make a motion to strike out whereas number 5 and 6 from the resolution.
Are there any seconds? Motion is properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? I hear none. Amendment is carried.
That is all for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Are there any further discussions from the floor?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, you are acknowledged.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. With that, we would like to move to insert provisions in the resolution. I move to amend by inserting, rather. Sorry.
Are there any seconds? Okay.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chair, okay. I would like to amend by inserting a new fifth whereas clause stating Section 3 of the Republic Act number 7640 of the Republic of the Philippines is hereby acknowledged as a source of knowledge and guidelines on consultative and advisory functions in budgeting system, which the SUSG takes into consideration in improving its own financial process without implying jurisdiction or direct applicability. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Are there any seconds?
Yes, Representative. Thank you so much.
Are there any objections? Yes, Representative Calasa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe that we should have this voting instead of are there any objections, because I believe the Assembly also has different perspectives on that insertion. So I believe it is best that we discuss it first before it is applied and the motion to be carried. Thank you.
Hearing the sentiments, I move to divide the floor. Those in favor? Are there any discussions? Parliamentary inquiry. Are there any discussions within the floor? Yes, Representative Kalasang, you are acknowledged.
Inquiry to the proponents regarding the whereas, may we ask what was the nature of the Republic Act that made you want to prompt and insert that to the resolution, and how does it actually relate to the actual establishment of the I do understand that we are trying to establish a council that will focus on, will act as a consultative body when it comes to handling the finances and such. Pero may we ask what the nature of the Republic Act was that prompted you to add this as an acknowledgement of source of knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Representative. That is duly acknowledged. To provide context, the Republic Act number 7640, also known as the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, was enacted on December 9, 1992. The reason why we found this enough to cite as an example, because it is similar in nature with the Joint Budget and Finance Council that is Legislative and Executive Development Advisory Council. It's like that. It functions the same. It's an interbranch council that advises the government on specific issues. And in our context, for this case, this is a legislative executive council that advises when it comes to finances.
Inquiry satisfied. Thank you, Representative.
Are there any further discussions? From the majority floor? From the minority? Yes, Representative, you are acknowledged.
Point of inquiry to the chair. Point of inquiry. On the constitutionality of this provision. It has been said by many that the SUSG is modeled after the Philippine government, but may I ask the proponents if there is, this is for clarification, not necessarily to contest the aforementioned resolution, but merely to connect it to a possible inquiry in the next. Is there a stipulated provision within the most recent SUSG constitution that dictates that the SUSG is modeled after the Philippine government?
The question stands. Proponents?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no provision that directly refers that the SUSG is a direct microcosm of the Philippine government. However, it's still inferred upon, or it can be observed that we are. Hence why, for the most part, a lot of practices of the SUSG is, if not adopted, is modeled after the Philippine government. So with that, it's still our choice as representatives and the SUSG if we will be adopting certain practices or institutionalizing certain practices that follows or mimics real-world Philippine government operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Inquiry satisfied, and just to give a sentiment, in hearing the opinions and in hearing the sides of our the proponents and from Mr. Kalasang, I believe that the SUSG, as an independent and governing body of the Student Assembly of the university, has its right to model itself after whatever, has the capacity to see real-world examples in implementing policies and provisions. With that being said, in the pertinence of the aforementioned Presidential Act or Republic Act? Republic Act, sorry. I believe that this is justifiable in the sense that it is somewhat anchoring real-world examples to the SUSG, not pertinently specifying na what was stipulated in the aforementioned law should be put into place here in the SUSG, but rather as an example. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any further discussions? Point of inquiry for Representative Kalasang. What was your initial amendment before? Again.
My initial motion was to strike out the whereas 5, and I believe I'm not. It was carried, and then Representative Ozoa is trying to add an amendment to insert a whereas that basically still uses the Republic Act, but in a different phrasing.
Okay. I move to divide the floor. Those in favor of the amendment and inserting, please raise your hand. Parliamentary inquiry. We will now proceed to a vote. All of those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. It was just stated. It was an amendment to strike out.
No, Mr. Speaker. The motion,
To
the
insert
current question is the motion to amend by inserting a new whereas statement or whereas clause that was brought on by Representative Ozoa.
Once again, we will now proceed to a vote. Yes, you're acknowledged, Representative Calasang. Yes, you're acknowledged.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. I'd like to share a few sentiments regarding the new amendment for Clause 5. So with the line, acknowledge that a source of knowledge and guidance means that the SUSG voluntarily uses this RA as a model or best practice reference for improving its budgeting. And going to the line upward without implying jurisdiction or direct applicability, this somehow creates a contradiction because it immediately takes away any legal force. So it somehow becomes a non-reliance disclaimer. So with that being said, I'm not sure if this could be an amendment, but would it be better to remove without implying jurisdiction or direct applicability and replace it with as discretionary reference?
Proponents, what are your sentiments?
I believe that's an amendment to the second degree, Mr. Chair, which the proponents are amenable to it.
So I'd like to make a motion to remove the line without implying jurisdiction or direct applicability from whereas 5 and replace it with as a discretionary reference.
Are there any seconds? Objections? Motion is properly moved and seconded. Hearing no objections, motion is carried. Parliamentary inquiry. Any discussions on the current amendment? Objections? Yes, Representative Galasa.
May the chair reiterate the current standing motion because I believe it is also for the representatives to know what current motion is supposed to be voted on. And I believe when it comes to these amendments, I don't think it's best that you ask no objections. I think it's better if there is an actual motion. Or apologies, proceed to voting some. Yes.
Point of inquiry for Representative.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a 5-minute recess.
Motion is properly moved and seconded. The session is put to session suspended. All right. Be right back, guys. On the amendment to strike out to insert a whereas clause to reiterate the law that was previously reiterated in whereas clause number 5. Any discussions from the floor? Going once. Aye. Representative Galasa, you are acknowledged.
Since we are currently in a motion to amend by inserting the whereas that is currently in the GC and it has been amended to the second degree, however, I still do not believe that this whereas is necessary. And I believe right now, especially with the executive order that is also in whereas 6, the resolution can still pass without these RAs, these EOs. And I think right now, I'm not in favor with the current pending motion. That is all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Gaitera, you're acknowledged.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. With regards to the amendments and the current discussion on the whereas clauses, I agree with Representative Kalasang on the matter because as for a fact nga, this is an SUSG resolution nga, this resolution is binding to the SUSG basically where this is a council nga, I'm not sure of the nature if advisory body ba siya or administrative body ba siya, but it is indeed a necessity considering nga naa ni siya nga resolution, di ba? Pero the legal justifications for it is not necessary to say the least. Kay there could have been citation, we could have cited other SUSG examples anang council, and it would have still made sense if naa nga mga justifications. But having legal basis aning sa whereas clauses nato, it just leaves us in a weird predicament if kung naay mo question aning resolution kay again, Republic Act 7640, right? 7640 talks about a development advisory body. And this is a joint budget and finance council, di ba? The law itself is not germane to the nature of the resolution. While yes, you could say nga you're taking ideas aning a law, it is still not germane. Kaya you're just taking one part of a law nga and imong gigamit as an example. And if this was any lawyer, if this was in the court of law, and thankfully dili, doing that would guarantee your case mapildi jud ka nga case. So, well, I agree with the nature of this resolution. I do not agree with with citing legal with legal basis. Kaning mga gipang cite nga mga clauses, especially kaning mga legal justifications, because it's improperly cited and it does not fit the germaneness of this resolution. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Representative Gaitera. Yes, Representative, you are acknowledged.
Parliamentary inquiry. Pardon. Bueno, pwede delete ni record. Ano lang. At this moment, I would like to make a motion to divide the House in approving the amendment.
Any seconds? It'll be taken as a motion of previous question. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of said amendment, raise your hands. All those not in favor? Please, please lower your hands, representatives. All those in abstentions? With 2 in favor, 15 not in favor, and 4 in abstentions, motion fails. We will now proceed back to the discussion. Yes, Representative Calasa.
Given that we have shared those sentiments in the manner of the Republic Act, in the same manner, I would also like to make a motion to strike whereas number 6 from the resolution.
Motion is properly moved and seconded. Any objections? Discussions? Hearing none. We will now proceed to voting. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands, representatives. All those not in favor, please raise your hands. And all those in abstentions, please lower your hands. Please lower your hands. With 43 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 2 abstentions, motion is carried. Any further discussions? Yes, Representative Gaitera.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. With regards to resolve further number 4, the task of the Council with ensuring strategic alignment in financial matters, but it does not clarify whether this alignment is legally binding or merely an advisory body. How will the Council's decision be enforced, and what prevents either the Cabinet or the Assembly from bypassing or ignoring these?
The question stands. Proponents.
Thank you for the question, Representative. As stated, they will both the members of the councils. It has both the president and or the vice president. So whatever the discussions of this body, of course, since them being the commanding officers of the executive branch and basically the SUSG in terms of executing policies and whatnot, that's still their discretion. That's still their discretion. The point here is that they're trying to align. Then, on the part of the legislative, of course, they'll be presenting their reports to the legislative. So with that, of course, there is no complete obligation on the part of the Student Assembly to abide, but it's still strong recommendations based on whatever discussions were provided during the discussions. So with that, you could say it's an advisory body, but for the most part, this is for strategic alignment, because if these discussions don't happen, these discussions don't happen, it leads to both the executive and legislative butting heads. And as a representative and a person in the SUSG who has been here for quite some time, I have witnessed it, and not just as a member of an officer of the SUSG, but as a student for past how many years, I have witnessed these situations happen. And with that's why we're highlighting strategic alignment. Of course, the discussions are not legally binding in the sense, but it at least gives an avenue for the executive and legislative officers to put their heads together, solve problems, and have their respective branches put it to a vote on any possible measures that will come out of these discussions.
Okay, question satisfied. My next question is on regards to whereas statement number 10. I'd like to know if the whereas statement is germane to this resolution, considering that whereas the previous whereas clause, whereas number 9, speaks of a different idea without further resolution sa iyang idea, and then suddenly sa whereas number 10, kaya na po'y lain na po nga idea nga gi-discuss. So I'd like to know if kung germane ba ang kwan, whereas whereas statement number 10 sa kaning resolution, and I'd like to address po nga there's an inconsistency with the flow of clauses diri kay mo kwan siya mo sige siya balhin-balhin og idea sa whereas statements. I just like to know if kung germane ba jud ang whereas statement number 10 and kana lang.
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you. Wait for a moment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, if I may. Thank you. With this, after conferring with our co-proponents, we are in agreement. We understand where the sentiment is coming from, and upon review of it, where this whereas statement can be struck out. So, if you wish to make a motion to strike it out, we are amenable.
With that being said, I move to strike out whereas statement number 10.
Any seconds? Motion properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Hearing once, twice. I hear no discussions. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands, representatives. All those not in favor, please raise your hands. All those in abstentions? With 44 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstentions, motion is carried.
My inquiry is already satisfied. Thank you.
Any further discussions from the floor? Yes, Representative Michon.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a point of inquiry lang to the proponents on regarding na ganahan mo publish the minutes of the these meetings. Who would be authorized ba among the katong nakalist na participants of these meetings or to take these minutes, or would you be taking from an external body person to record for this?
The question stands, proponents.
It's up to the discretion of the council later on, whether it be internal or they can utilize other means later on. So, up to the discretion of the council.
Is your inquiry satisfied,
Yes,
Representative?
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any further discussions? Yes, Representative Cantila, you are acknowledged.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. My inquiry is pertaining towards result further number 2, which reads that the SUSG Joint Budget and Finance Council shall be composed of the following, and stipulates as such, stipulates as is read there. In looking at this, I am very reminded of the JAC, or the Judiciary Advisory Council, in which its role is to appoint justices to the judicial body of the SUSG. In relation with that, in the implementation of this council, would this council affect the fast or efficient implementation of our budget, given that somehow medyo na-confused pud ko sa nature aning Budget and Finance Council. Given that we already have also in the SUSG Student Assembly the Committee on Appropriations and in the Executive the Committee on Finance.
Question stands, proponents.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, that's a valid question, and thank you for that observation. So to answer that, I would like to say first that, again, this is a strategic alignment body. So it's an avenue to give them, to give exec and legis that avenue and that platform for them to discuss things that both exec and legis will have to manage. And in terms of its capacity to do so, it doesn't step on the toes of either the Committee on Appropriations in their part to inquire and legislate on financial matters and the appropriations, and it doesn't step on the toes of the SUSG Finance Committee on preparing the budget and presenting it to the Student Assembly for approval. So neither of their roles are being stepped on. It's just to help align both branches in making their strategic decisions, because there are a lot of times where matters of finances are only brought to one branch and the other branch is not made known or made aware of such. So this is to help better the communication between both branches. Thank you.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Albon.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. It's stated in the resolution that the Council ensures strategic alignment and streamlining funding allocations. I'd like to ask the proponents, what are the other mechanisms or concrete protocol that you have in mind for this Council to actually operate? Because a Council has to exist not just to convene or align, but actually to create something. So would the proponents explain to the rest of the Student Assembly what the Council, other responsibilities of the Council, so that we can assess if a brand new Council is actually needed or these people can exist as is?
The question stands, proponents.
Okay, so first and foremost, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, since they'll be making their reports, of course, these are going to serve as just how in the Student Assembly we can inquire with other bodies, we can inquire with people in aid of legislation. So the point here is that the speaker, the representatives who will be in part of the council, they can make these recommendations and these urgings to the Student Assembly, similar to how in my work in the City Hall, I get to witness a lot of city council sessions wherein existing government councils, which are comprised of both exec and legis, they get to make requests or recommendations to the City Council, and then on our part, on their part, the City Council will either approve or disapprove. Then on the part of the executive, that will the president or the executive will be the ones to decide if they want to enact it. So again, this is for strategic. It's just for strategic alignment, because I'd like to reiterate, in the past, the fact that the total separation of powers has led to the executive and legislative here in the SUSG into butting heads and preventing major decisions from being made, because I'm a personal believer that a separation of powers does not mean total separation. Both parties can work together, and this gives a proper avenue for them and for their decisions and their recommendations to be properly put on the record, and for protection put, because again, it's a scary thought that we have high-level SUSG officials talking in a room and their decisions are not being placed on the record, and we have no idea exactly what they could be talking about. So this prevents any possible collusion in future administrations and protects both exec and legis from skirting transparency and responsibility.
Inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any further discussions? Going once. Yes, Representative Calasa.
Currently, my iPad is low bat, so is it possible for the infotech to please proceed to whereas number... Is it possible if the infotech, for the benefit of the assembly as well, to showcase... whereas 12, so considering that we struck out or amended the reso to strike out 5 and 6, I believe that whereas 12 should be amended by also striking out similar to that established by the Philippine government. I move.
Are there any seconds? Motion properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions?
Are there any objections?
Are there any more corrections?
Objection.
Objections?
That was not an objection.
Hearing none. Motion carried. Any further discussions? Yes, Representative Kalasang.
I would also like to point out that whereas number 8, basically it stipulates here that meetings with the cabinet and the student assembly regarding the budget and finances of the assembly were not official. I believe the term assembly is not the right word for it, considering that the council will be working or discussing the SUSG budget as a whole. So I believe it would be best if it was the SUSG instead of the assembly. I move to make that amendment.
Any seconds?
Wait, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, you are acknowledged.
I would like to, and I'm in agreement with the honorable representative, and with that, what was was there a clear wording to your amendment, Representative?
Yeah, it was to replace the word assembly. So it's, if you go here, it says the meetings with the cabinet and student assembly regarding the budget and finances of the assembly. So it's basically replacing the word assembly to SUSG.
Okay, my apologies. I thought you were referring to the first time student assembly was brought up. With that, second.
Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Yes, Representative Kalasang.
This is also in regards to whereas number 8. I believe just using the word meetings is too vague because it would essentially also include that, it would also pertain that meetings done like between the finance and then the assembly or so and so, it would be basically implied that leading to the possibility of being misinterpreted. So I believe it's better if there is actually like a term like crisis meetings or emergency meetings conducted, so that it would be, it would actually make sense because meetings could pertain to a lot of things outside. So, yes.
Okay. Before that, I urge that we first vote on the amendment. That we vote amendment first before, because was it seconded?
No.
Yeah, but was
I
your
did not make a motion. I was just sharing my sentiments first.
Okay. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do agree. Or we are in agreement, and we have nothing wrong with that amendment. If I may suggest the word, we can just call it discussions, so it's generalized.
Discussions, yes.
Okay. So split that into 2. Okay, I move to amend whereas number 8, as per shown on the screen. Whereas 8, the first with striking out the word meetings. No, the first word meetings and replacing it with discussions. I so move.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Hearing none, motion is carried. Going back to the previous question.
I'd like to make a secondary amendment to that effect. In the same whereas 8, I move that we strike out the second mention of student assembly and replace it with SUSG. I so move.
Motion properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, twice. Hearing none. Motion is properly carried. Any further discussions? Yes, Representative Gaitera.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. I'd like to, in regards to whereas statement number 13, I'd like to ask the necessity of this being cited in the resolution, or rather mentioned in the resolution.
Question is on the table.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. To clarify, i-amend na mo na siya kay dili na siya dapat 2023 to 2024. It's supposed to be 2026, 2027. I so move this. I move to amend rather, Mr. Chair. Wait, where are
Yes, Representative Calasa.
I was simply asking.
okay.
I believe that the motion made by Representative Ozoa was point of order due to the fact that Representative Gaitera still had the floor. And he did not ask to be recognized by the speaker, so no recognition from the chair was made. Apology, the chair, yeah.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
It was not.
Representative
I was asking on the necessity of this being stated in this resolution. Like, is whereas 13 even necessary to be stated nga well, yes, it's nice to hear nga na we got the support of the finance chairperson, but is it really necessary for it to be cited on this resolution as backing?
Question stands, proponents.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for the point of order earlier. To answer the Honorable Representative's question, there is already precedence in showcasing that a stakeholder or someone involved in this resolution is in fact consulted and asked to give their support to this resolution. If you in resolution number 27, I believe, series of 2023 to 2024, institutionalizing the finance workshop. I believe in that resolution as well, that it was included that there was a letter of support from the finance chairperson. And since the finance committee will be a member of this council, if it does get approved, the proponents believe that it is valid that we also ask for their support since they will be part of this membership. I hope that satisfies your inquiry, Representative Gaitera.
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair, and to the proponents.
Any further discussions? Yes, Representative Michon.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a point of inquiry, clarification rather, sa resolved further number 4. What does the word regular entail? Does that by implying na regular siya, it's kind of implying na ay frequency ba, or similar to us here sa assembly na every other week a month kay meeting ta?
The question stands. Proponents?
Thank you, Representative. And what the intention of including the word regular meant is that there may be some, again, like in discussion of some day-to-day operations with the Finance Committee, because there may be some complications with the BFO, not just like special complications, because in my experience, there has been a lot of like just day-to-day or regular complications wherein like VFO questions the decisions of the SUSG with certain expenditures or even some receipts and expenditures and requests for cash advance or cash payment. So this would still be part in it. So at least in those discussions, it can be part of the discussion and the agenda, so that if ever those just keep happening over and over again, it can be resolved later down the line to prevent those regular complications from becoming a thing, if that satisfies your inquiry.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
And before anything else, Representative Ozo would like to make a motion.
Yes,
Thank you so
Representative
much
Ozo.
for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a formal amendment in in the 13th whereas clause. It states there that, where is it? That this resolution is heavily supported by the current SUSG Finance Chairperson and Vice Chairperson for the academic year 2023-2024. I would like to make an amendment by changing 2023 to 2024 to 2026 to 2027. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any seconds? Motion properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Motion carried. Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Just a point of suggestion, just a point of suggestion for the proponents. Are you familiar with the EDCOM 2?
For our benefit, can you please state the full name of instead of the...
EDCOM 2 means the Second Congressional Committee or Commission on Education. Basically, it is a advisory council made out of members from the Senate and the House of Representatives, in which they detail and research on the things pertinent to our education system. Furthermore, they also consult with the Department of Education, the TESDA, and also CHED in possible reforms in education. Basically, similar siya in nature to what you are trying to achieve. My suggestion is to look into the nature of EDCOM 2 or any similar committee present in our, even in our university or in our country or in our government, for this resolution to possibly be more clear. That is all.
What are your sentiments, proponents?
Thank you, and we'll be taking that into consideration. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Calasang, you are acknowledged.
So I would like to make a motion to rearrange the whereas in order for the flow to be proper. I would like to make a motion to transfer whereas number 9 and put it below whereas number 12, because it is stipulated here in whereas number 9 that this measure would formalize the meetings between the cabinet and the student assembly. However, the whereas prior to that does not actually establish anything. So I believe it would make much more sense to have it that whereas 12, the establishment of an official joint body, so that whereas number 9 would make sense that this is the measure that they're pertaining to. I make that motion.
Any seconds? Second. Motion properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once. Going twice. Hearing none, motion is carried. Any further discussion? Yes, Representative.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move for the previous question.
Second.
Motion properly moved and seconded. We will now move to the previous question. Yes, Representative Galasa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe certain representatives still have inquiries in regards to the mechanization of this resolution. And I believe that we should address that first, considering that there are still provisions. If the Assembly themselves cannot interpret what the guidelines are trying to, or the result furthers are trying to stipulate, then how can we make certain that the people who will actually form the council be able to follow such? So I believe that is my objection, and I believe that certain representatives should be able to ask let's have it like limited, like a motion, if ever that is done, rather than just going back to the previous question.
So is that a motion to limit the debate?
Apologies, point of order. It should be voting on the objection first.
We will now move on to
Wait,
vote on the
Mr.
objection.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Before anything, I would like to first request that the Representative Cantilla withdraw his motion for the previous question. So, first and foremost.
I withdraw the aforementioned motion.
Okay.
Any
with
seconds?
And then with that, Mr. Chair, just so we can get any other further sentiments done as quickly as possible, I move for 5-minute recess so any concerned representatives may approach us so we can have faster discussion and we can move on to amendments. I also move.
Motion properly moved and seconded. The session is suspended.
Bring it. So during the recess, we got to discuss further with concerned representatives with further inquiries to our resolution. The other questions involved were further clarifications on the purpose of this council, which is to strategically align again the executive and legislative, and that further reassurance that this is not going to hinder or step on the toes of either branch on their respective duties in regards to finance, administration, and legislation. And we asked if there was any further concerns or amendments that needed to be brought up, and no further concerns or inquiries were brought up to us on that effect. So with that, I move for the previous question. I so move.
Motion properly moved and seconded, and so we will now move to a vote on the adoption of the resolution establishing the Silliman University Student Government Joint Budget and Finance Council. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please raise your hands.
Say it again.
Once again, we will now move to a vote on adopting the resolution on establishing the Silliman University Student Government Joint Budget and Finance Council. All those in favor of adopting this resolution, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands, representatives. All those not in favor of adopting this resolution, please raise your hands. All those in please lower your hands. All those in abstentions, please raise your hands. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Representative. Please lower your hands, representatives. With 12 representatives in favor, 6 not in favor, and 22 in abstentions, the resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, may I?
Yes, you are acknowledged, Representative.
For the benefit of the Assembly, even if there are more abstentions, even if there are more abstentions, the vote is whether on in favor or not in favor. So the fact that there were more in favor means that the resolution passes. This has occurred multiple times in past student assemblies where there were more abstentions, but abstentions have no bearing on the vote. It goes between favor and in favor.
Thank you, proponents. You may now take your seats. I will now move. Yes, Representative. Microphone, please. Microphone.
Go back now. I'll explain.
Point of inquiry, once nga na-submit na among vote, di naman may pwede maka-change, no? Because we thought nga abstentions would lead to the resolution being withdrawn if more ang abstentions also.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, may I?
Yes, Representative.
The only way for that is if any one of the 12 representatives voted in favor moves to reconsider, because those who voted not in favor and abstention cannot move for reconsideration just for the changing of votes.
Is that all, Representative Amante?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Calasang.
Seeing that I voted for the negative, I cannot make that motion. However, I believe that yes, no matter the outcome, because this resolution was passed, and it is the other representatives were under the wrong impression regarding the voting of abstention. So for the people that voted in favor, I do hope you consider that implication that they were leading towards. I'm not certain what they were leading on, pero that's a given.
Yes, Representative Amante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although I'm a proponent, I do stand for the integrity and the integrity of the Student Assembly. So with that, I move for the reconsideration of the approval of this resolution. I so move.
Yes, President Vizo.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I am inclined to agree with Representative Amante. I would not want this resolution to be passed when other representatives were misled in their voting. But before that, I would like to make a manifestation, Mr. Chair, if you allow.
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. I understand that establishing this resolution concerning budget and being this, with this resolution setting a precedence, I understand a lot of representatives are hesitant. Allow me to readjust. But as much as I want to avoid speaking from experience because I don't want that to sway any of your decision, but I would just like to share the importance of this resolution because prior to this, when I was the chairperson of the Committee on Finance during the 34th Assembly, it was really hectic. It was really hectic. There was a lot of things said between each administration, and a lot of finances during that year were in shambles because during that year as well, certain policies were introduced by the BFO, which led the SUSG and some councils having a hard time processing their events, requisition, their cash advances, and it made a domino effect that the finances recorded were not that well made. And when it got to the assembly, there was a lot of contentions regarding the receipts, the event as a whole, and the expenses made. And I firmly believe that issue could have been resolved or avoided when there was proper communication between branches. And to cite another example, during the Ms. Silliman issue, I believe some of us still remember that time. I was also the finance chair when that issue exploded. During that time as well, I was, along with Honorable Aliana Parado, we were part of the committee, Ms. Silliman Committee as ex-officio chairs because of their finances leading to the point where the university admin had to step in with the legal counsel. And a lot of miscommunication and how it was released to the Student Assembly was also exaggerated. It led to a certain chairperson being accused of stealing the funds when in fact it was just misplaced. And this issue could have been resolved when all the certain branches like the Legislative and Executive Committee could have gone together and discussed how, moving forward, those finances could have been dealt. And last year, to cite an example as well, I believe former representatives here can relate na how the finances and how the relationship between the Executive Committee and the Legislative Committee was really well. I, for one, can attest that the relationship between the two branches were very good. You know why? Because of proper communication. When I was the finance chairperson, my vice chairperson at the time was Representative Honorable Ramirez. And during my time as the Committee on Audit chairperson, she was the finance chair. And when I was then elected to be the Committee on Appropriations chairperson, she was still the finance chair. And we got to collaborate on how the finances would have been dealt. And Kuya Miggy can attest to this when the introduction of the new policy by the BFO, when instead of cash advances, it was purchase order already, it was chaos, to say the least. It was chaos. It limited the power of the Executive Committee to choose the items that they want because they have to be approved by the pre-approved supplier that the university accredited or something along those lines. And during that time, the finances was in shambles again, and the finance committee chairperson at the time requested a meeting between the COA chairperson, the Committee on Appropriations chairperson, the president and the vice president, and the speaker and the floor leaders. So we were able to navigate through that chaos because of communication, because of communication, and in a way that was informal because there was wala pa ni siya na committee, wala pa ni siya na council. So I implore you guys, when we vote again on this resolution, I urge you guys to vote in favor, because this resolution not only helps us in the Legislative Committee to get more context on their end, but to also help the Executive Committee, the chairpersons, who right now are shelling out their own money because there's, again, another problem in the BFO when it comes to getting their reimbursements. And with the help of this council later on, we will be tackling the problems of the reimbursements of the money shelled out by the chairperson. So again, I urge everyone, I am in favor of voting again for the resolution. At this time, I hope everyone decides in favor of this council. Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative Mejos, you are acknowledged.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to make a similar manifestation.
Yes, Representative Calasa. Point of what?
This is just for the benefit of everyone. May we make a motion to limit the manifestations that are being shared, seeing as the current time is already 5:15, and there are still other matters that need to be discussed. So I make a motion to limit the manifestations that will be shared in regards to this to only 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Hearing that motion is properly moved and seconded, are there any? We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of limiting the debate? Motion is carried.
Thank you for the recognition once again, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a similar manifestation because as someone who has gone through the executive branch of the Silliman University Student Government, I, for one, was in the SUSG Educational Services Committee. Now, you may not have heard of this committee before, but it's really crucial in providing thesis grants and scholarships to our students. And one very integral, important part of the screening process and of the endorsements process was regarding the budget. And the reason as to why the UTGP for first and second semesters was delayed was because it needed to go through a lot of processes which involved the new instated mechanism. It needed to go through the assembly and all of these other stages. And I, for one, I believe that if this were to be passed, it would create a smoother flow for such integral programs in the SUSG to be passed quicker, to be processed quicker. So if we were to talk about efficiency and practicality, I, for one, would personally say I am in favor of this resolution. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are acknowledged.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. I'd like to make a manifestation as well. We voted not in favor of this resolution, considering that while we are not against the nature of the resolution where it is establishing formal communication with the executive and legislative branches, in fact, we would like that. But the resolution in itself, the content of the resolution, can still be fully fleshed out. And the current state of this resolution, I don't believe it is efficacious sa iyang ganang i-achieve nga communication. There is still so many amendments that could have been made nga wala na lang gid dayon considering the time and considering that there is other factors papud nga to this resolution, and as well as there could have been more mechanizations on this resolution, and so that's why I believe that's why I voted no, and hopefully everyone here would see this resolution is still lacking. And I'd like to see more aning a resolution, and in fact, I would vote in favor if there was more. With that being said, I move the previous question, Mr. Chair.
Properly moved and seconded, and we will now move to the previous question of rescinding something previously adopted. All those in any seconds? Motion properly moved and seconded. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of rescinding something previously adopted, please raise your hands.
Parliamentary inquiry for the benefit of the Assembly. What are we voting on?
We are voting on voting again for the...
Okay. So basically the motion that Representative Amante raised,
made, yes.
reconsidering. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Once again, all those in favor of rescinding the previously adopted motion, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands, representatives. All those not in favor of rescinding the adoption, please raise your hands. All those in abstentions? With 45 representatives voting in favor, with 0 not voting in favor, and 0 abstentions, motion is carried. And so we will now move to a vote of whether or not we will be adapting the resolution on establishing the Silliman University Student Government Joint Budget and Finance Council. All those in favor of adopting this resolution, please raise your hands. Please lower your hand. Please lower your hands, representatives. All those not in favor of adopting this resolution, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands, representatives. All those in abstentions? Please lower your hands, representatives. With 5 in favor of adopting, 29 not in favor, and 8 in abstentions, resolution is not adopted. I will now move to relinquish my seat to the Speaker of the House. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the seat is relinquished.
Proceeding with the order of business, we have other matters. Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. This is in regards to the ARAO resolution. With this, I move that we bring it back from the table.
A motion has been made to bring the ARAO reso back to the table, and it has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. The chair summons the proponents. Yes, Representative Amante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following conferring with my fellow co-proponents, we move that that resolution be postponed to the next session. I so move.
A motion has been made to postpone the resolution to the next session. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections with the motion? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. The resolution will be moved to the next session. Following that, we still have other matters. So one of the other matters that we need to discuss is, again, to address the issues that the international students are currently facing. And I recommend, the chair recommends that an ad hoc committee would be established so that representatives, specific representatives, will focus on that, on those issues, seeing as they will be required to submit committee reports to the assembly. And if ever, the chair recommends that someone make that motion, and also to establish the numbers of committee members in that committee. Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I move that we establish an ad hoc committee on international student affairs with 8 members of the Student Assembly. I so move.
A motion has been made to establish an ad hoc committee to address the international students' issues, and I believe Representative Amante stated 8 members, and it has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Let us put it into a vote. Those in favor of establishing an ad hoc committee for the issues of the international students, please raise your hand. Lower your hands, representatives. All those not in favor of establishing an ad hoc committee, please raise your hands. And finally, those in abstention, please raise your hands. With 41 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstentions, the motion is carried. There will be now an ad hoc committee specifically to address the concerns of the international students. Are there any motions to open the nominations for the members of this committee? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. I move to open the nominations for the ad hoc committee.
A motion has been made and it has been properly seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? Here, the chair hears none. Motion is carried. We are now in the nomination for members of the ad hoc committee to address the issues on the international students. Are there any nominations? Yes, Representative Cinco, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I nominate Representative Amante.
Representative Amante has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you for the nomination, Representative Cinco. Considering that my undergraduate degree is Foreign Affairs, I accept the nomination.
The representative has accepted the nomination. Are there any other nominations? Yes, Representative Michon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to nominate Representative Gaitera for this ad hoc committee.
Representative Gaitera has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination, Mr. Chair.
The representative accepts. Are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized. Representative Enopia, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Representative Lumaya.
Representative Lumaya has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination? The representative accepts. Are there any further nominations? Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I nominate Representative Munoz.
Representative Munoz has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination, Mr. Chair.
The representative accepts the nominations. Are there any further nominations? Currently, we have 4 representatives that are nominated, that being Representative Amante, Representative Gaitera, Representative Lumaya, and Representative Munoz. Are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Gaitera.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I nominate Representative Dumandan.
Representative Dumandan, you have been, apologies, the representative has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I accept the nomination.
The representative accepts. Are there any further nomination? Yes, Representative Gantalao, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Representative Enopia.
Representative Enopia has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
I would like to accept the nomination.
Representative Enopia accepts the nomination. Are there any further nominations? Representative Munoz, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate you, Mr. Chair, Representative Calasa.
Representative Kalasang has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nominations? Yes, I accept the nomination, Mr. Chair. That being said, are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized. Currently, we have 7 representatives nominated for the position. Yes, Representative Gaitera.
With that being said, Mr. Chair, I nominate Representative Cantila.
Representative Cantila has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I accept the nomination.
Representative Cantila has been nominated and accepts the nominations. Are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Tolentino.
Given that there are already 8 representatives in the ad hoc committee, I move to close the nomination.
A motion has been made to close the nominations. Are there, and has been properly seconded, are there any objections? Yes, Representative Ozoa, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Apologies, I had to go outside to take a minute, but I in fact want to be part of this ad hoc committee. Since the previous year, I was also one of the representatives who tried to help the international students regarding their concerns. So if it's okay with the floor, with Mr. Chair, I would like to reopen, or it's still an
You are
objection,
still
right?
objecting.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Okay.
I would like to object.
Thank
Mr.
you
Chair.
for that, Representative Ozoa. Before that, Representative Tolentino, will you proceed with your motion or will you withdraw?
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Representative Tolentino's motion has been withdrawn. Are there any further nominations on the floor? Yes, Representative Tolentino.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I nominate Representative Ozoa.
Representative Ozoa has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination? The representatives accept the nominations. Are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Visitacion. Apologies, Representative Munoz.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate Representative De Leva.
Representative De Leva has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you for the nomination, Mr. Representative. I accept the nomination.
The representative accepts. Are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Cantila.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair. Would it be possible at this moment to increase the number of members for the committee? As of now, there have been 10 nominations.
Yes, Representative Amante. Before that, are you parliamentary inquiry? I believe Representative Amante has sentiments in regards to your question.
Okay. Not really a sentiment. It was more, I was about to ask how many nominees have we had. Okay, there have been 10 nominees. Given that there's more representatives who wish to be part of this, but before anything, I would just like to clarify, are there any further interested people in being part of the committee? Okay, with that,
would you like to make a motion to increase the number, seeing as we currently have no pending motions?
wait, we're still thinking, Mr. Chair. Okay. Since the nominations have been opened, that is basically a motion. So my recommendation for this, just so we can follow parliamentary procedure, we
vote on the representative.
Okay. I move to close the nominations.
A motion has been made to close the nominations. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. Motion is carried. So we currently have 10 representatives that are nominated for the Ad hoc Committee on International Students Affairs. Representative Amante.
I move to expand the composition of the committee to 10 members. I so move.
A motion has been made to increase the numbers of members in the ad hoc committee, and it has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Seeing as we currently have 10 nominees and the capacity for the ad hoc committee is 10 members, would anyone like to make a motion to do a mass voting on all these members to be accepted in the ad hoc committee in order to expedite the process? Yes, Representative Bainto, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move for a mass voting for the nominees for the ad hoc. Thank you so much.
A motion has been made to essentially have it as one voting, so it's to accept all these nominated representatives to be automatically, or voting them into the committee. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? From the minority? From the majority? The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Yes. Apologies. Apologies. I believe I was to open the... Yes, a mass voting. So, apologies, I lost my track. Anyways, we currently have a mass voting. All those in favor of accepting the 10 representatives to be part of the ad hoc committee on international students affairs? Apologies. Let's have it via Viva Voce in order to expedite. All those in favor of the 10 representatives, namely Representative Amante, Representative Gaitera, Representative Lumaya, Representative Muñoz, Representative Dumandan, Representative Enopia, Representative Calasang, Representative Cantila, Representative Ozoa, and Representative De Leva. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. So congratulations. So the members of this committee, the 10 representatives, they will be choosing a chairperson from within. I believe they can announce that to the assembly next regular session so that they may convene and decide on who their chairperson is. Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just for the benefit of our HISO president. Now that our ad hoc committee has been constituted, please be rest assured that this student assembly and with the rest of the in coordination with the rest of the SUSG, will be working hard to look into the matters, see what we can do, and we will be continuing our solidarity with international students in that we will continue to fight for your rights, welfare, and better treatment and equal treatment as though you were one of us, because the fact is you are one of us as you have chosen to be part of Silliman University. So this SUSG will stand for you and will fight for you. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you for your representatives. Representative Amante. For our visitors from HISO, you may coordinate with any of the representatives that have been, that are part of the ad hoc committee. We thank you for your time and for taking the privilege of gracing us with your presence as a representative of the international students. And rest assured, the Student Assembly and the SUSG as a whole will be working hard in order to address your concerns and to make your stay in Silliman University and in the Philippines better. Thank you, ISO. Moving on, are there any matters that need to be discussed? Yes, Representative Michon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to reopen membership nominations for the Infotech Committee.
A motion has been made to reopen the nominations for the Infotech Committee, and it has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice. Motion is carried. We are now at the segment where representatives can nominate those who wish to be part of the Infomedia and Technicals Committee. Are there any nominations? Yes, Representative Benedico, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Representative Arguelles.
Representative Arguelas has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I accept the nomination.
The representative accepts the nominations. Are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Mayormita, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to nominate Representative Lee.
Representative Lee has been nominated. Representative, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Okay. The representative accepts the nominations. Are there any further nominations? Yes, Representative Benedico, you raised your hand. You are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to close the nomination.
A motion to close the nominations for the Infomedia and Technicals Committee has been made and it has been properly seconded. Are there any objections with the motion? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. So we are now proceeding to the voting of Representative Arguelas and Representative Lee. Let us do it viva voce. For Representative Arguelas, all those in favor of her being part of the Infotech Committee, please say aye. Aye. All those not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Representative Arguelas, for being part of the committee. Then we have Representative Lee. All those in favor of Representative Lee being a member of Infomedia and Technicals Committee, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Representative Lee, on being a member of Infotech. Continuing with other matters, are there any other matters needed to be discussed by the Student Assembly? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. This is in regards of the Committee on Impeachment, the impeachment guidelines. I'd like to clarify a matter that I have discussed in the previous session where I mentioned that the impeachment for the governor and vice governor is outside our jurisdiction when in fact it is not. The committee would like to clarify that if any student wishes to file an impeachment against their council governor or vice governor, they may do so, but with the endorsement of their respective representative, of which they can initiate the impeachment. I'd like to clarify that. And lastly, I'd like to acknowledge my members, which I have failed to do so in the previous session. Representative Gamo, Representative Cinco, Representative Gantalao, and Representative Moreno. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Representative Gaitera. For that, and the chair also recognizes the members of the Committee on Impeachment. Are there any other matters that need to be discussed by the Student Assembly? Going once. From the majority floor, are there any other matters that need to be brought up to the Student Assembly? From the MAJ, the chair hears none. We will proceed to the announcements. So, as you may know, this is our first regular session. Congratulations, Representative. I believe this is, for certain representatives, this is their first time tackling resolutions, engaging in parliamentary procedures rather, and that will continue with our term, as I believe the other representatives still have resolutions that they want to present and pass. And regardless of what the outcome is, in regards to the resolution, let us keep it within, remember representatives, that this is work, okay? We may argue and debate within these session halls, but remember that outside, we are colleagues in a way, and I believe some would consider each other friends. So let's keep that relationship with one another, and possibly soon, we will be finalizing the Parliamentary Procedures Workshop. We are still organizing and coordinating that with the core. And of course, because as the representatives, certain representatives have shared that they still need more training and more of like an idea to what parliamentary procedures are. But this is a good way to start up your year in the assembly. And I would also like to remind that for our second regular session, it will be during the first month of July. Apologies. First week of July, first week of July, and based on our house rules for the first week of every month or the regular session of that month, the first one, we will be wearing our Filipino attire or traditional attire. So the Committee on Impeachments will be, they will be making certain that the representatives follow the dress code. Of course, if other representatives want to wear traditional attires, make certain that it's still proper. Because dito pwede na magbahag din ni kalit na yun. Yes. Aside from that, Representative Muñoz, do you have anything that you would like to bring up or announce? Okay. Yes, Representative Amante.
Me again. Hi. Good afternoon, representatives. If for the purposes of the ad hoc committee, would it be okay to request the Honorable Chair to summon the ad hoc committee for a meeting after the session? Thank you.
Yes. So the members of the ad hoc committee on international students affairs, after the session, we will be convening to discuss matters on how we can approach it. And of course, because for the assembly, you will still be furnished a copy of their statement that the president of HISO, that the representative of HISO shared during the visitors' time. Okay. I believe that is all for our announcements. Yes, before that, Representative Gaitera, what is your announcement?
One last announcement, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the recognition once again. I'd like to remind the Assembly that the point equivalence attendance system is in effect as of today. So you can please be informed. And second, we have also been monitoring the dress code, and would like to note that for the next time that we will have the smart casual dress code, t-shirts are discouraged and will be recorded as well. Polo shirts are recommended but not regular t-shirts.
Okay. Thank you for that, Committee on Impeachment. So representatives, please take note of the dress code for our sessions that are conducted face-to-face, as the Committee on Impeachment has implemented their P system. Okay, I believe that is all from the floor. How about other representatives? I would also lastly, I would like to encourage the representatives who are taking action on their platforms to have it that if you do have a platform that does not need a resolution, you may submit a representative report to let the Assembly know of your actions that are being taken, and also for the benefit of your college to see that you representatives are actually working for this body and your respective colleges, departments, so on and so forth. So I believe that wraps up for the speaker's announcement. Yes, Representative. Wait, before that, are there any motions to adjourn? Representative Ozoa, you are recognized.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. With that, I would like to move to adjourn our first regular session.
In motion to adjourn the first regular session of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly has been made a motion and has been properly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, let us have it viva voce. All those in favor of adjourning the first regular session, please say aye. All those not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. The first regular session of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly is hereby adjourned. May the representatives please stand for the Silliman song.
Trees tall and stately, with
Thank you, representatives.
I love you, Silliman!